what's up?
Master is here. It's hard, but with Duolingo, it's fun and easy.
Here's how I withdraw profit on a low trade. I make a deposit conveniently in the deposit section. I analyze a price chart and open a trade. If the market conditions are just right, I'm
He commanded an army that made the earth shake. He brought together scattered fighting people into one of the most powerful kingdoms in African history. His name was Shaka Zulu, a famous warrior and war expert often called the African. His kingdom was an amazing example of order, planning, and hard work, a nation of warriors who listened to his every command. And yet, when he was killed, the great king died completely alone. No wife to cry for him. No official child to carry on his name and take over the huge empire he had fought hard to create. The seat of power he had built with force and fire was left for his power-hungry half-brothers to take. His direct family line ending the moment his life was taken. How could a man who built a huge kingdom, a master of ruling and leading people, fail so completely to build a family? How could the father of the Zulu nation die without an official son to call his own? The answer is not a simple accident. It's a dark and complicated story, a look inside the mind of a king. In this video, we reveal the shocking personal beliefs and harsh political rules that made sure Shaka Zulu would die without a wife and without an official heir. To understand the man who would one day stop his own family line, we have to travel back to his beginning. Before Shaka, the land that would become the Zulu kingdom was a mix of hundreds of small separate Nguni groups led by chiefs. Into this world around the year 1787, Shaka was born. His father was Senzangakona, chief of a then small group called the Zulu, and and his mother was Nandi, the daughter of a neighbor chief. But this was no royal marriage. Shaka's birth was the result of a forbidden relationship, a breaking of tradition. The story goes that when Nandi first claimed to be pregnant, Senzangakona and his court laughed at her and rejected it, claiming she was suffering from a stomach bug known as the Ishaka beetle. When the baby was born, that cruel name stuck. He was named Shaka, a lasting reminder of his troubled start. This was the first mark of shame placed upon him. Though his father eventually took Nandi as his third wife, it was a deeply unhappy marriage. Shaka was an unwanted son in a society where family history was everything. He and his mother were outsiders in their own home, facing constant teasing and shame. He was the boy with no rank, the living symbol of his parents' mistake. Growing up, he was bullied nonstop for being a fatherless child in a world that worshipped fathers and family lines. The anger eventually became too much. Senzangakona forced Nandi and her young son from his court, sending them away. For years, they were wanderers looking for safety. They first went to Nandi's people, the Langini, but even there they were treated as hated outsiders. Eventually, after a great shortage of food, they found safety with the more powerful Mthethwa, people led by the chief Dingiswayo. His childhood was a severe test of pain, a hard lesson in cruelty. Imagine the mental wounds left on a young, fiercely proud boy. He learned early and harshly that family ties could be used as a weapon to cause pain. He saw his mother, the only person he could trust, suffer because of her connection to his father and the son she gave him. He saw how the very idea of family and history brought him nothing but sadness. It's here in these years of being sent away and abused that some historians believe the ideas for his future will start. A deep belief may have formed that personal connections were a weakness, that heirs were enemies in the making, and that total trust was a special thing he couldn't afford. The boy bullied for his family history would grow into a man determined to build an empire that answered to him alone, not to the messy and unreliable bonds of them. But Shaka's journey as an outcast was his test. The Mthethwa people who gave him shelter were led by a wise chief named Dingiswayo. Dingiswayo saw something in the intense young man, not an outcast, but a warrior of great talent. When Shaka grew up, he was placed into a Mthethwa age group regiment, the Easy Queue. Finally, Shaka found a place where he belonged. He didn't just do well, he changed everything. At the time, local fighting was very much like a ceremony, fought with long, light throwing spears called asaka. Armies stood at a distance, threw their spears, and often left with 2 deaths. Shaka saw this as a foolish game. He imagined a new way of fighting, total, final, and terrifyingly deadly. He got rid of the throwing spear and created the ikuwa, a short, wide-bladed stabbing spear supposedly named for the sucking sound it made when pulled from a human body. The ikuwa demanded face-to-face fighting, a brutal, close dance of death. He also developed a heavier shield for both attacking and protecting, and famously made his warriors get rid of their sandals to improve their speed and footing. But his most famous invention was strategy, the legendary Impondo Zankamo or bull's horns formation. The army was split into 3 parts. The chest fought the enemy head-on while the horns swept around to circle and destroy them. A 4th group, the loins, waited in the back to finish off any who tried to escape. This plan turned battles into slaughter. Under Dingiswayo, Shaka became a legend, but he was building more than a reputation. He was building a way of thinking about total control. He organized his warriors into highly disciplined groups called Amabutho age regiments, separating them from their families and clans. Their old identities were erased, replaced by a single loyalty, not to their clan, but to Shaka. To strengthen this, Shaka started an extreme rule. His warriors were forbidden to marry. For men in their best years, family life was against the law. Any rule breaking was reportedly punished with death. Marriage wasn't a right, it was a reward. Only when an entire group had served for many years, often into their late 30s or 40s, would Shaka give them permission to marry altogether. From a planning view, it was brutally smart. A warrior with a wife and children has mixed feelings, something that might make him pause in battle. But a warrior whose only family is his group and whose only father is his king has nothing to distract him. Shaka was building a society with himself at the very center. He created a generation of men married not to women but to war. In doing so, he prepared the way for a future where the government was most important and the family was less important. A rule he would apply most harshly to himself. In 1816,
joys of life are found in moments, moments that makes us wonder, then fill our hearts with laughter. Moments we risk it all for a craving, but the reward makes it all worth it. Moments when we remind everyone of your greatness. Moments when you feel like you're the hero. Then you realize you're the hero you've always needed.
Select 10 unique moments and win big in the My Indomie Moments promo.
For you, every day is day one. Day one for you to give 100. Put it on the track of the road. At work. Cause it's your job to do the role. $100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Listen, you don't want to do that. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
everything changed. Shaka's father, Tenzangakona, died. With the military help of Dingiswayo, Shaka returned to the Zulu clan and quickly killed his half-brother to take the throne. Soon after, Dingiswayo was killed by a rival and Shaka took the forces into his own. The final limit on his greed for power was gone. What followed was the Mfikane, or the crushing, a period of brutal fast growth. Shaka sent his army on neighboring clans. Those who gave up were taken in. Those who fought back were destroyed. In a terrifyingly short time, he changed the Zulu from a small clan into the strongest power in southern Africa. He now stood at the top of power, the king of the Zulu. Yet a strange question came up. Where was his queen? Where was his heir? As king, Shaka kept a massive royal household, the Isagadlo filled with hundreds of young women. Many were his partners, but none were his wife. Shaka never married, never entered a formal marriage that would produce what every king wants most, an official son. This wasn't a mistake. It was a planned, harshly forced rule. The king of the Zulu had made a shocking decision. He would never be a father to an official child. Some history stories and spoken traditions say that he enforced this with scary cruelty, saying that any woman near him found to be pregnant was immediately killed. While spoken traditions mention a possible secret son who escaped, Shaka left no official heir. Why this violent rejection of a king's main job? The answer likely lies in a mix of political fear and deep hurt feelings. Realistically, Shaka saw a son as a threat. A future king could become a reason for rebellion. Having taken power himself, he knew how greed for power and family lines could create a deadly enemy. By refusing to name an heir, he refused to create a weapon that could be turned against him. We must also look back to his childhood. The boy, bullied for his birth status, carried that pain to the throne. Some historians guess he developed a sick fear of being a father, deciding never to put a child through the pain he had lived through. A more negative view is that his obsession with his own hard-won position made him jealous of anyone with an easier claim to power. He fought and killed for his throne. He wouldn't simply hand it to a son born in comfort. This rule was the ultimate sign of his obsession with total control. Other kings were links in a family chain of kings. Shaka saw himself as the chain itself. His power was personal and total. His Isagadlo wasn't a nursery for a family line, but a childless course. His chance for new life ended by the king's fear. He was a father to a nation of warriors, but a killer of his own unborn children. For years, Shaka ruled from within this fortress of planned cruelty. His empire was stable, his army unbeatable. But his carefully controlled world was about to be broken by the one personal connection he could never cut. His powerful, complicated love for his mother, Nandi. Nandi, the Queen Mother, or Immovukatsi, the Great She-Elephant, was perhaps the only human being Shaka truly trusted. In October 1827, she died of a sickness. When the news reached Shaka, something inside him broke. The man who built an empire on hiding emotion was taken over by a huge wave of sadness that pushed him into madness. He ordered a national time of mourning on a scale never seen before. But this wasn't shared sadness. It was about forcing an entire nation to feel his pain. The orders were deadly for the kingdom. First, for an entire year, no crops were to be planted. Second, no milk, a main part of the Zulu diet, could be drunk. It was to be poured on the ground. He ordered thousands of cows killed so their calves would know what it was like to lose a mother. Then came the most scary order. Shaka declared that, for the time of mourning, all relations were forbidden. Any woman across the kingdom found pregnant was to be killed along with her husband. The kingdom fell into a nightmare. During the first panic at Nandi's death, some stories say as many as 7,000 people were killed for supposedly not showing enough sadness. Now, on top of this terror came hunger and government-approved murder. This was no longer the act of a smart leader. It was the wild anger of a desperate man willing to destroy his own empire. His actions terrified his generals and his own family. The king was no longer a protector. He was eating up his own nation. This madness completely separated him. And in the shadows, the knives were being sharpened. An empire built on fear can only last so long. Shaka's year of crazy sadness was the final straw. In September 1828, with his army away on a hard trip, his royal village was lightly guarded. His own half-brothers, Dingain and Langana, who feared his cruel rule, planned together with a servant. They found the king and stabbed him to death. Shaka's death was a direct result of the systems he created. By making sure he had no son to challenge him, he also made sure he had no son to defend him. By refusing to name an heir, he created an empty space of power his brothers were eager to fill. There was no clear line of who comes next, only a dead king and an empty throne. In the end, the strange truth of Shaka Zulu is that of a man who succeeded in building a nation but failed completely in building a life. His lonely end was the final result of a lifetime of choices. The pain of his childhood created a deep fear of family and heirs. His political rules used staying single to build an army loyal only to him. His personal fear led him to the ugly rule of making sure he was alone. And finally, his crazy sadness after his
In 1897, an Irish writer named Bram Stoker sat down at his desk and gave a name to his vampire, Dracula. The book became the most famous horror novel ever written. The name became synonymous with the undead, with fangs and capes and castles in the mist. But Stoker didn't invent the name. He borrowed it. 400 years before the novel was published, the name Dracula belonged to a man, a prince of Wallachia, a kingdom wedged between the Ottoman Empire and the Christian West. His father had been inducted into the Order of the Dragon, earning himself the title Dracula. The son inherited Dracula, son of the dragon, son of the devil. The things he did made Stoker's fiction look tame. He impaled 20,000 people and left them standing in the sun. He attacked at midnight and vanished before dawn. When he died, they buried him in a monastery on an island, and when archaeologists opened the tomb 5 centuries later, it was empty. The real Dracula didn't need fangs. He had stakes, and the blood he spilled was real. On September 25th, 1396, the largest Christian army assembled in a century rode south toward the Danube. French knights in gleaming plate armor led the van, their horses draped in silk caparisons embroidered with the fleur-de-lis. Behind them came Hungarian heavy cavalry, Burgundian nobles, German mercenaries, knights from England and Poland, and the Italian city-states, Wallachian auxiliaries who knew the terrain, and Hospitaller knights who had sailed from Rhodes. Contemporary chronicles estimated their strength at over 100,000 men. Modern historians suggest the true number was closer to 16,000, still the largest crusading force since the fall of Acre a century before. They had come for one purpose: to break the Ottoman advance into the Balkans and push the Sultan's armies back across the Bosphorus. Pope Boniface IX had blessed the enterprise. The King of France had funded it. The King of Hungary, a young man named Sigismund of Luxembourg, had organized it. And every knight in that column believed God was on their side. They called it a crusade, the last great crusade of medieval Europe. And on the fields outside a fortress called Nicopolis, it would end in a single afternoon. The Ottoman Sultan Bayezid I had studied the Crusaders. Men called him the Thunderbolt for the speed of his campaigns. He had conquered more territory in 10 years than his father had in 30. He understood European warfare. He understood European pride. And he understood exactly how to use that pride against them. The French knights were the finest heavy cavalry in Christendom, and they knew it. When the battle began, they demanded the honor of the first charge. Sigismund argued against it. He knew the terrain. He knew that Bayezid had infantry screens designed to absorb exactly this kind of frontal assault. But the French would not be denied their glory. They charged. They broke through the Ottoman front lines, and then they crested the hill and saw what Bayezid had hidden behind it. 10,000 fresh Sipahi cavalry, mounted archers, and the elite Janissary corps, troops that had not yet fought. The Crusaders were exhausted. Their horses were blown, and they were surrounded. The slaughter lasted hours. The French commander, Jean de Nevers, was captured. The Count of Eu was captured. Sigismund's own brother-in-law was captured. When the killing stopped, Bayezid ordered mass executions. Thousands of prisoners were killed where they knelt. Those of high enough birth to be valuable were ransomed back to their families, the sons that bankrupted noble houses across Europe. The ransom for Jean de Nevers alone was 200,000 gold florins, enough to build a cathedral. Among those who escaped the carnage was Sigismund himself. He fled down the Danube by fishing boat, traveling through the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, a journey of months before he finally reached his own kingdom again. His armor was dented, his army was annihilated, his reputation as a military leader was destroyed. He had staked everything on this crusade: his treasury, his political capital, his claim to leadership of Christian Europe, and he had lost. For 12 years, Sigismund rebuilt. He secured his throne against rivals who smelled weakness. He consolidated his alliances. He watched the Ottomans continue their advance, taking more of the Balkans, pressing ever closer to the heart of Europe. And he planned. On December 12, 1408, in the city of Oradia, Sigismund created something new. He called together 24 of the most powerful lords in his realm: Hungarian barons, Serbian despots, Transylvanian voivodes, and bound them together in a secret order, a brotherhood of Christian knights sworn to a single purpose: to defend the faith against its enemies, to protect Sigismund's dynasty, and to ensure that Nicopolis would never happen again. He named it the Societas Draconistrarum, the Society of the Dragonists. In common speech, the Order of the Dragon. Its members would wear a symbol, an Ouroboros, a dragon curved in a circle with its tail wrapped around its own neck, swallowing itself. The Signum Draconis, the sign of the dragon. It represented the enemy to be defeated. It represented the eternal vigilance required to defeat him, and it would give a name to a dynasty that would haunt Europe for generations. In 1431, a Wallachian warlord named Vlad arrived at Sigismund's court in Nuremberg. Sigismund was Holy Roman Emperor now, the most powerful Christian monarch in Europe. Vlad was a claimant to a minor throne, Wallachia, a principality south of Transylvania, wedged between the Kingdom of Hungary and the expanding Ottoman Empire. It was a buffer state, a place that existed only because larger powers found it useful as a barrier. Vlad had come to pledge his loyalty. In exchange, Sigismund would support his claim to the Wallachian throne against his rivals. The emperor inducted Vlad into the Order of the Dragon. He placed the pendant around Vlad's neck, the same Ouroboros symbol that Sigismund had worn since he founded the order in the aftermath of Nicopolis, 23 years before. The same symbol that marked a man as a defender of Christendom against the Ottoman threat. The same symbol that would pass from father to son. From that day forward, Vlad was known by a new name, Vlad Dracul, Vlad the Dragon. He would wear the pendant for the rest of his life. He would mint coins bearing the dragon symbol. He would build his entire political identity around the order and what it represented. But in Romanian, the word carries a second meaning. Dracul means dragon. Dracul also means devil. The peasants who saw Vlad Dracul ride past, the dragon pendant glinting at his throat, did not always know which word they meant. That same year, 1431, Vlad Dracul's wife gave birth to a son. The boy was born in Sighișoara, a fortified town in Transylvania, where Vlad was stationed as a military commander. They named him Vlad after his father, but the people would call him by a different name. The town of Sighișoara sits on a hill in the heart of Transylvania. In 1431, it was a Saxon citadel, a fortified German-speaking colony planted by the Kingdom of Hungary to guard the Carpathian passes. The walls had stood for 3 centuries. 14 towers ringed the perimeter, each maintained by a different guild. The Tailor's Tower, the Furrier's Tower, the Tinsmith's Tower. At the center rose the Clock Tower, 64 meters tall, its mechanical clock marking the hours for merchants and soldiers and priests. The streets inside the walls were narrow and cobbled, crowded with timber-framed houses, painted in fading yellows and blues and reds. The air smelled of wood smoke and tanneries, and the livestock markets in the lower town. German was spoken in the guild halls. Latin was spoken in the churches. And in a house on Tin Street, a Wallachian noble and his wife were expecting their second son. The house still stands today. It sits at Tin Street number 1. In the 15th century, it belonged to Vlad Dracul, the man who had just received the dragon pendant from Emperor Sigismund. His wife, possibly a daughter of the Prince of Moldavia, though the records are unclear, gave birth in that house sometime in late 1431. The child would have spent his first years within those walls, within that citadel. He would have heard the clock tower mark the hours. He would have watched the guild processions on feast days, the furriers and tailors and blacksmiths marching with their banners. He would have learned his first words in a household where power was measured in swords and alliances and the favor of distant kings. His father wore the dragon, the badge Vlad would inherit, along with the name. In 1436, when the boy was 4 or 5 years old, his father finally seized the throne of Wallachia. The family left Sighișoara and moved south into the principality that Vlad Dracul had spent years fighting to claim. The boy would never return to the house where he was born, but he would carry its legacy, the dragon, the name, the violence that came with both, for the rest of his life. By 1442, Vlad Dracul had spent 6 years trying to survive between 2 empires. To the northwest lay the Kingdom of Hungary, the Christian power that had installed him on the Wallachian throne and expected his loyalty in return. The Hungarians controlled Transylvania, where Vlad had once governed fortresses and where his son had been born. They expected him to guard the mountain passes against Ottoman incursion. To the southeast lay the Ottoman Sultanate, the Islamic Empire that had conquered the Balkans, crushed the crusade at Nicopolis, and now cast its shadow over every principality between Constantinople and Vienna. Wallachia sat between them, a buffer zone, a prize, a trap. Vlad Dracul had joined the Order of the Dragon. He had sworn to fight the Ottomans, but oaths were luxuries for kings with armies, and Vlad Dracul had neither. His principality was poor, his treasury empty, his boyar lords more interested in their own estates than in crusading ventures. After Sigismund's death in 1437, Hungary entered a succession crisis. The support Vlad had counted on evaporated. In 1438, desperate, he made a different choice. He paid homage to Sultan Murad II and joined an Ottoman raid into Transylvania, the same Transylvania where his son had been born, the same territory he was sworn to defend as a Knight of the Dragon. He burned villages, he took prisoners, he proved his loyalty to the crescent instead of the cross. By 1441, the political winds shifted again. A Hungarian warlord named John Hunyadi was carving through Ottoman forces in Transylvania, winning victory after victory. He urged Vlad to join a new crusade against the Sultan. Vlad hesitated. He had already betrayed the Ottomans once by swearing to the dragon. He had betrayed the Hungarians by raiding with the Turks. Now, both sides watched him, waiting for him to choose. In March 1442, Hunyadi won a crushing victory over an Ottoman army in Transylvania. The Sultan noticed that Vlad Dracul had not lifted a finger to help. Murad II sent a summons to the Wallachian prince. Come to Edirne, explain yourself, and bring your sons. Vlad Dracul rode to Edirne with a small retinue. He brought his two youngest sons with him, Vlad, age 11, and Radu, age 7. His eldest son, Mircea, he left behind in Wallachia. Perhaps Vlad thought their presence would demonstrate good faith, a sign that he had nothing to hide, that his family trusted the Sultan's hospitality. Perhaps he had no choice. The summons may have specifically demanded the voyage. The historical record does not say what he told the boys as they rode east across the Danube and into Ottoman territory. It does not say whether they understood where they were going or why. The journey took weeks. They crossed river valleys and mountain passes, traveling roads where Ottoman soldiers collected tolls and Ottoman administrators kept records of every caravan that passed. The deeper they traveled into the Sultan's territory, the more the landscape changed. Bulgarian churches converted to mosques, Greek-speaking merchants replaced by Turkish traders, the crescent flag flying over every fortress and watchtower. By the time they reached Edirne, they had entered another world. Edirne was the Ottoman capital, a city of minarets and palaces, of markets that sold silk and spices from Persia and India, of administrative buildings where the affairs of an empire were managed with ruthless efficiency. The population was larger than any city Vlad had ever seen. The wealth was staggering. Fountains in public squares, domed mosques covered in painted tiles, gardens where tulips bloomed in geometric precision. When Vlad Dracul arrived at the Sultan's court, he was escorted through courtyards designed to impress and intimidate. The meeting that followed did not go well. Murad II accused Vlad of treachery. He pointed to Vlad's membership in the Order of the Dragon, an organization explicitly founded to destroy the Ottoman Empire. He pointed to Vlad's failure to send troops when the Ottoman army marched into Transylvania. The Sultan had a simple question: whose side was Vlad Dracul on? Vlad had no good answer. He was arrested on the spot. The terms of Vlad's release were brutal. He would pay an annual tribute to the Sultan, 10,000 gold ducats, a sum that would drain his treasury. He would send 500 Wallachian boys each year to be conscripted into the Janissary Corps, the Sultan's elite infantry, drawn from Christian children converted to Islam and trained to die for the empire. And he would leave his 2 youngest sons behind as hostages. Vlad Dracul accepted. He had no choice. The alternative was execution and the installation of a more compliant puppet on the Wallachian throne. At least this way, he could return to his kingdom. At least this way, he could hope his sons might someday come home. Before the end of 1442, Vlad rode back to Wallachia alone. His sons remained in Ottoman custody. Vlad, age 11, and Radu, age 7, were escorted to the fortress of Erigos in Anatolia, hundreds of miles from home, surrounded by strangers who spoke a language they did not understand, hostages for a father they would not see again for years. The boys were not prisoners in the usual sense. They were investments. The Ottomans had learned that the best way to control a hostile principality was to raise its future rulers themselves, train them in Ottoman customs, teach them Turkish and Arabic, indoctrinate them in the ways of the court. Then, when the current ruler died or became inconvenient, install the hostage prince on the throne with Ottoman backing. He would be grateful. He would be loyal. He would be theirs. Radu would become exactly what they hoped. Vlad would become something else entirely. For 6 years, the 2 Wallachian princes lived within the system their father's surrender had brought them. The Ottomans called it education. It was closer to indoctrination. Another hostage prince, an Albanian named Gjergj Kastrioti, had been raised in the same palace school a generation earlier. The Ottomans trained him, converted him, gave him a new name, Skanderbeg, and trusted him with an army. He defected the moment he had the chance, returned to Albania, and spent the rest of his life fighting his former master. The Ottomans remembered that failure. They watched their hostages more carefully now. Vlad and Radu were enrolled in the same schools that trained the sons of Ottoman nobility. They learned Turkish and Arabic. They studied calligraphy, mathematics, logic, and the Quran. They were taught horsemanship by cavalrymen who had conquered half of Europe. They learned archery and swordsmanship from soldiers who had faced crusader knights in couples and won. The education was excellent. The surveillance was constant. Every servant might be a spy. Every friendship might be a test. Every letter from home was read before it reached them, if it reached them at all. The 2 brothers responded to captivity in opposite ways. Radu had been young enough to adapt, young enough to forget. He learned Turkish easily. He made friends among the Ottoman princes. He was beautiful, with delicate features and dark curling hair, and the Ottomans valued beauty. By the time he was 10, Radu had caught the attention of a young prince named Mehmed, the Sultan's son, heir to the throne. The 2 became close. How close? The historical sources do not agree. But Radu found a place in the Ottoman court. He converted to Islam. He became a favorite. He forgot his Romania. He forgot his father's faith. He stopped speaking to his brother about home. Vlad was 11, had been old enough to remember everything. Old enough to remember his father kneeling before the Sultan. Old enough to remember the terms, the tribute, the Janissary boys, the humiliation. He learned Turkish because he had to. He learned Ottoman customs because refusing meant punishment. But he never adapted. He never made friends. He was sullen, defiant, insubordinate. The court records note that he was disciplined repeatedly for his behavior. Beatings, confinement, reduced rations. When other hostage princes learned to bow correctly, Vlad bowed wrong on purpose. When instructors demanded respect, Vlad gave silence. When guards tried to force him to pray in the Ottoman fashion, He spat. In 1444, news reached the hostages. Their father had joined a new crusade against the Ottomans. Vlad Dracul had sent troops to support the Christian coalition at the Battle of Varna. The crusade failed. The Hungarian-Polish king died on the battlefield. The Christian army was annihilated, but Vlad Dracul had shown his true loyalties. The Sultan was furious. Vlad and Radu's lives hung by a thread. Only the need to keep leverage over Wallachia saved them. The Ottomans had broken princes before. They expected to break this one too, but every punishment they gave Vlad only hardened him further. They were creating the very thing they feared. What Vlad witnessed in those 6 years would shape everything that came after. The Ottoman Empire ruled through power, but it also ruled through terror. Executions were public, punishments were theatrical, and one method of execution was used above all others to send a message: impalement. The Ottomans did not invent it. The Assyrians had used it, the Persians had used it, the Romans had used it. They called it crucifixion. But the Ottomans perfected it as a tool of psychological warfare. Traitors, rebels, criminals, all were displayed on stakes in public squares, their bodies visible for days, a warning to anyone who might consider defiance. Vlad was meant to watch. The historical sources are clear on this. Hostage princes were deliberately shown what happened to those who challenged Ottoman authority. It was part of the education. Learn your lessons, obey your masters, or end up on a stake. Most hostage princes learned the intended lesson. They came away afraid, compliant, grateful for the Sultan's mercy. Vlad learned something different. He did not learn to fear impalement. He learned how it was done. He studied the method, the positioning of the stake, the angle, the way bodies were arranged for maximum visibility. He memorized the logistics, how many soldiers it took, how long the victim survived, how far the screams carried. The Ottomans meant to teach him obedience. Instead, they gave him a weapon. Something died in that boy during those 6 years in Ottoman captivity. Something else was born. When Vlad finally returned to Wallachia, he would bring the lessons of the Ottoman court with him. He would show his enemies what he had learned, and he would surpass his teachers. In late November 1447, John Hunyadi crossed the Carpathian Mountains with an army. The same John Hunyadi who had urged Vlad Dracul to join the crusade against the Ottomans 5 years earlier. The same John Hunyadi whose victory had forced Vlad to submit to the Sultan's summons. Now Hunyadi was coming to finish what he had started. The political situation had become untenable. Vlad Dracul had spent years trying to balance between Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, and he had satisfied neither. When Hunyadi called for crusade, Vlad sent a token force, enough to anger the Sultan, not enough to satisfy the Christians. When the crusade failed at Varna in 1444, Hunyadi blamed Vlad for the defeat. When Vlad made peace with the Ottomans to protect his sons, Hunyadi called him a traitor to Christendom. Hunyadi was the most powerful military commander in Eastern Europe. He had spent 2 decades fighting the Ottomans. He had broken their armies at Transylvania. He had defended Belgrade. And he had decided that Vlad Dracul was more useful dead than alive. Hunyadi brought a claimant with him, Vladislav II, a cousin of Vlad Dracul from a rival branch of the family. The message was clear. Wallachia would have a new prince, one who would do what Hunyadi commanded, one who would not play games with the Sultan. Vlad Dracul fled Targovista before Hunyadi arrived. He knew he could not hold the capital against the Hungarian army. He gathered what loyal men he could find and rode south, hoping to reach Ottoman territory where the Sultan might offer protection. But Hunyadi had planned for this. Hungarian cavalry cut off the southern roads. Vlad was forced into the marshes, the wetlands near a village called Baltani, where the ground was soft and horses moved slowly. They caught him in the fog. The details of Vlad Dracul's death are sparse in the historical record. We know he was killed in late November or early December 1447. We know he died in the marshes of Baltani. We know his body was left where it fell. No state funeral, no tomb, no monument. The man who had worn the dragon pendant for 16 years ended his life in the mud. The Order of the Dragon had been founded to defend Christendom against the Ottomans. Vlad Dracul had been inducted into the order by the emperor himself, and he died at the hands of Christians, killed by the same Hungarian faction that the order was supposed to serve. Mircea's death was worse. Vlad's eldest son had been left behind in Wallachia when his father fled. He was captured by the Saxon elite of Targovista, the German merchant class that controlled much of the city's economy and resented Vlad Dracul's policies. They had allied with Hunyadi. They had scores to settle. The historical sources describe what happened next in clinical terms. Mircea was blinded with a hot iron poker. Then he was buried alive. The merchants and boyars who did this left his body in an unmarked grave somewhere near Targovist. He was in his late teens, perhaps 20 years old. He had been co-ruler of Wallachia alongside his father. He had expected to inherit the throne. Instead, he died screaming in the dark. The last thing he ever saw, the red glow of the iron coming toward his eyes. Mircea's death was not just murder, it was a message. The boyars and Saxons who killed him wanted Hunyadi to know they were committed. They wanted to prove their loyalty to the new regime, and they wanted to ensure that Vlad Dracul's bloodline would have no easy path back to power. They did not know that two of Vlad's sons were still alive, hostages in the Ottoman court, hundreds of miles away. They did not know that one of those sons would remember. The news reached Vlad in the Ottoman court sometime in early 1448. His father was dead. His elder brother was dead. The throne of Wallachia belonged to a usurper backed by the same Hungarian lords who had inducted Vlad Dracul into the Order of the Dragon. The dragon pendant, the symbol his father had worn for 16 years, the symbol that gave Vlad his name, was gone, lost in a marsh, or taken as a trophy by the men who killed him. Vlad was 17 years old. He had been a hostage for 6 years. He had watched his brother Radu forget their family, forget their faith, forget everything except how to please the Ottoman court. He had witnessed executions. He had endured punishments. He had learned to hide everything behind a stone face. Now there was nothing left to hide. His father was dead. Mircea was dead. His mother's fate was unknown. The boyars who had served his family for generations had betrayed them. The Saxons who had lived in Targovista under Dracul's protection had blinded and buried his brother. John Hunyadi, the great Christian crusader, the champion of the faith, had ordered it all. Vlad made a vow. We do not know the words. We do not know if he spoke them aloud or only in his heart. But everything that happened afterwards suggests what that vow contained. He would return to Wallachia. He would take back his father's throne, and he would make every boyar, every Saxon, every traitor who had a hand in his family's murder pay for what they had done. The Ottomans, watching their hostage, saw an opportunity. An angry prince with a claim to a Christian throne was a useful tool. They would give Vlad an army. They would send him home, and they would see what he did with the lessons they had taught him. In October 1448, the Ottomans gave Vlad an army. It was not a large army, perhaps 500 cavalry, enough to take an undefended throne. The Ottomans had done this before. They maintained a collection of displaced princes, exiled claimants, and ambitious younger sons, hostages who could be deployed as puppets whenever a border state needed regime change. Vlad was one such piece on the board. The Sultan did not care whether Vlad succeeded in the long term. He cared that Wallachia remained destabilized, unable to unite against Ottoman interests. The timing was perfect. John Hunyadi had marched north with the combined forces of Hungary and Wallachia to fight the Ottomans at Kosovo. Vladislav II, the man who had replaced Vlad's father, the man who sat on the Wallachian throne thanks to Hunyadi's invasion, had gone with him. The capital was empty. The boyars were nervous, and a 17-year-old prince with Ottoman backing was crossing the Danube. Vlad rode into Targovista in late October. The boyars who had murdered his father and brother barely a year earlier watched from their estates as the son of Vlad Dracul claimed the throne. Some fled immediately, fearing retribution. Some made hasty declarations of loyalty, hoping to survive another transition. None trusted him. He did not trust them either. He knew their names. He noted their faces. He stored this information for later. For approximately 2 months, Vlad III was voivode of Wallachia. He was young, untested, ruling with Ottoman soldiers at his back. The historical records from this first reign are sparse. We do not know what policies he pursued, what decrees he issued, what plans he made. We know only that he sat in his father's chair, wore his father's title, and waited for news from Kosovo. We know that the boyars watched him as carefully as he watched them. And we know that somewhere in those 2 months, he began to understand what kind of voivode he would need to become. The news from Kosovo was bad. The Christian coalition had been crushed. Hunyadi's army had broken against the Ottoman defenses. The Hungarian regent himself had barely escaped with his life, fleeing through Serbian territory, disguised as a peasant. The Ottomans had won. Their candidate for the Wallachian throne, Vlad, should have been strengthened by the news. But war produced unexpected alliances. Hunyadi was returning to Hungary, and he would pass through Wallachia. Vladislav II was with him. The same boyars who had smiled at Vlad when Hunyadi was far away would open the gates the moment his army appeared on the horizon. The Ottomans had given Vlad a throne, but they had not given him the power to hold it. In December 1448, Vlad fled. He abandoned Targoviste before Hunyadi arrived, slipping south toward Ottoman territory. His first reign had lasted approximately 2 months. He had learned something important. The throne of Wallachia could be taken with a small army at the right moment, but keeping it required something else, something he did not yet have. 8 years would pass before he got another chance. For 8 years, Vlad wandered. After his flight from Wallachia in December 1448, he found shelter in Moldavia, a neighboring principality ruled by Bogdan II, who was either his uncle or a kinsman through his mother's line. Bogdan had his own reasons to distrust the Hungarians, and he welcomed a displaced Wallachian prince with a claim to a throne. Vlad spent 3 years in the Moldavian court. He was no longer a hostage. He was a guest without power, without an army, without prospects, but a guest nonetheless. He made a friend there, Bogdan's son Stephen, a boy close to his own age, who would later become Stephen the Great, one of the most celebrated rulers in Romanian history. The 2 young exiles formed a bond that would last decades. They trained together, they hunted together, they discussed statecraft and warfare and the cold realities of Balkan politics. When Stephen eventually took his own throne, he would remember the Wallachian prince who had shared his exile. In October 1451, Bogdan II was assassinated. A rival claimant named Peter III, Aaron drove a sword through him and seized the Moldavian throne. Vlad and Stephen fled together, crossing into Transylvania, into territory controlled by the same John Hunyadi who had killed Vlad's father. It was a desperate move, Vlad had nowhere else to go. The Ottomans, his former sponsors, had little use for a prince who had already lost his throne and failed to hold it. The only path forward led through the man who had destroyed his family. Hunyadi, for his part, saw an opportunity. He was a practical man, a soldier above all else. He did not waste useful tools. Vlad spoke fluent Turkish. He understood Ottoman military tactics, the composition of their armies, the speed of their cavalry, the way their commanders thought. He knew Ottoman court politics, the factions and rivalries, the way the Sultan's mind worked. He hated the Ottomans with a cold fury that Hunyadi could use. So instead of killing the son as he had killed the father, Hunyadi made Vlad an advisor. He assigned him to defend the Transylvanian border against Ottoman raids. He tested him, he watched him, and he waited. By 1456, Hunyadi had concluded that Vladislav II, the man he had installed on the Wallachian throne 8 years earlier, was no longer reliable. The usurper was making deals with the Ottomans. He was failing to support Hungarian military campaigns. He had become the same problem Vlad Dracul had been. Hunyadi needed a new puppet, and Vlad was ready. In August 1456, Vlad crossed the Carpathians with a Hungarian army at his back. The timing was not coincidental. John Hunyadi had just achieved the greatest victory of his career, the defense of Belgrade against an Ottoman siege led by Sultan Mehmed II himself. Mehmed, the conqueror of Constantinople, had brought 200,000 men to capture the Hungarian fortress. Hunyadi had driven them back. The Ottomans retreated in disarray. Christian Europe celebrated. And then, a week later, Hunyadi died, killed by plague that swept through his camp after the battle. The invasion of Wallachia had already been decided before Hunyadi's death. The old warlord had concluded that Vladislav II was unreliable. The usurper had failed to send troops to Belgrade. He had been making overtures to the Ottomans. He was becoming the same problem that Vlad Dracul had been. Hunyadi's solution was the same. Replace the voivode with someone more tractable. This time, that someone was the man whose father Hunyadi had killed. Matthias Corvinus, Hunyadi's son, inherited his father's position and his father's plans. The young regent needed a reliable ally controlling the mountain passes between Hungary and the Ottoman Empire. Vlad had spent 8 years proving his worth, defending the Transylvanian border, fighting in Hungarian campaigns, providing intelligence on Ottoman tactics that only someone raised in the Sultan's court could possess. Now, he was cashing in those debts. Vladislav II saw the army coming. The usurper, who had sat on Vlad's father's throne for 9 years, knew what was approaching. He knew the dragon banner. He knew the face beneath the Hungarian helmet. He gathered what forces he could muster, the same boyars who had betrayed Vlad Dracul a decade earlier and rode out to meet the invasion. The two armies met near Targovista. The details of the battle are not well documented. We know it was brief. We know Vladislav's forces broke quickly. And we know that Vladislav II himself was killed, probably by Vlad personally, but the sources disagree on the exact circumstances. Some say it was single combat. Some say Vlad found him fleeing. It does not matter. The usurper was dead. The throne was empty. Vlad entered Targovista as voivode of Wallachia. He was 25 years old. He had waited 8 years for this moment. He had watched his father and brother die at the hands of boyars who sat in the council chambers of this very palace. He had spent 6 years as an Ottoman hostage, learning terror. He had spent 8 years as an exile, learning patience. Now he had learned everything he needed. The boyars who had survived the battle presented themselves at court. They smiled, they bowed, they swore their loyalty to the new voivode, just as they had sworn loyalty to Vladislav II. just as they had sworn loyalty to Vlad Dracul before that. They expected business as usual. A new prince meant new bribes, new alliances, new opportunities. They did not understand what they were dealing with. Vlad studied their faces. He remembered their names. Some of them had been in the room when his brother was blinded. Some of them had opened the gates for Hunyadi. All of them had prospered while his family died. He accepted their oaths. He smiled back, and he began to plan. On Easter Sunday, Vlad invited the boyars of Wallachia to a feast. The date varies depending on the source. Some say 1457, others 1459, but the event is consistent in every account. The nobility of Wallachia gathered at the royal palace in Targovist to celebrate the resurrection of Christ. They came in their finest clothes. The great boyars arrived first, the lords who held vast estates and occupied the highest offices of state, the Spatar, who carried the ceremonial sword, the Logofat, the chancellor who managed royal correspondence, the Vistier, who controlled the treasury, the Vornik, who administered the court. These were the men who formed the princely council that advised the voivode on all matters of governance. In theory, they served at the pleasure of the prince. In practice, they had outlived dozens of princes. Their power came from land, from wealth, from networks of kinship and obligation that stretched across generations. No voivode ruled Wallachia without their cooperation, and no voivode survived long if he lost their support. Tables were laid with meat and wine. The great hall filled with the most powerful families in the principality, the landowners, the councillors, the kingmakers, the same boyars who had served Vlad Dracul, the same boyars who had opened the gates for Hunyadi, the same boyars who had stood by while Mircea was blinded and buried alive. Vlad sat at the head of the hall. He watched them eat his food and drink his wine. He listened to their laughter. Then he asked them a question. How many princes had they served? How many voivodes had sat on this throne during their lifetimes? The boyars, uneasy now, sensing something wrong, answered carefully. Some had served under 7 princes, some under 10, some under more. The throne of Wallachia had changed hands constantly during their lives, and they had survived each transition by switching allegiances at the right moment. That was the problem, Vlad said. That was why Wallachia was weak. That was why his father was dead. The guards moved. The doors were barred. The boyars who reached for their weapons found them gone, collected at the entrance as was customary at formal events. They were trapped in a hall with a man who had spent 6 years learning violence from the Ottomans and 8 years waiting to use it. The old boyars, the lords who had served too many princes, the men whose loyalty was for sale, were taken outside. The historical sources describe what happened next in a single word: impalement. Vlad used the method he had learned in Ottoman captivity. He used it on the men who had betrayed his father. Stakes were erected in the courtyard while the feast tables were still being cleared. The screaming would have been audible inside the palace. The survivors were not released. They were marched. Approximately 200 boyars, the younger ones, those Vlad considered still useful as laborers, were forced out of Targovist on foot, still wearing their Easter feast clothes. Their wives went with them. Their children went with them. Guards on horseback flanked the column, ensuring no one escaped. They were marched approximately 50 miles north into the Carpathian foothills, to the ruins of an ancient fortress called Poenari. The walk alone killed some of them. The nobles of Wallachia had never done physical labor in their lives. They were soft, accustomed to servants, unused to walking 50 miles on mountain roads. The terrain grew steeper as they climbed. Some collapsed and were left where they fell. Those who survived the march discovered what awaited them: a ruined castle on a cliff edge, overlooking a gorge cut by the Argies River. The original structure dated back 2 centuries, a rectangular tower, roughly 28 feet on each side, 4 stories tall, built by an earlier voivode. Vlad intended to transform it into the most defensible fortress in Wallachia. The boyars became builders. They quarried rough stone from the mountainside. They hauled it up paths too steep for carts. They mixed mortar using Byzantine techniques, outer walls of cut stone, cores of rubble and earth, reinforced with wooden beams. The walls grew to 10 feet thick. Vlad added a 200-foot curtain wall. He added 3 semicircular towers with firing positions for archers. He created a fortress that could hold against any siege, built by the hands of men whose ancestors had never lifted anything heavier than a wine goblet. They worked until their expensive clothes rotted off their backs. They worked until their soft hands became calloused and broken. They worked until many of them died from exhaustion and exposure. The chronicles of the time record no mercy, no rest, no release. Vlad wanted 2 things from Panari. First, a fortress. The castle sat on a crag nearly 1,500 feet above the river, a position so impregnable that it could only be reached by climbing. Vlad would use it as a personal refuge in the years to come. Second, a message. The boyars who had spent generations trading loyalty for power would spend the rest of their lives in hard labor. Their class was broken. Their wealth meant nothing. Vlad would rule Wallachia without them. Why did Vlad do it? The German propaganda pamphlets, printed decades later by merchants who hated him, would claim he was simply mad, a bloodthirsty tyrant who killed for pleasure. The vampire legends would build on this, portraying him as an inhuman monster. The truth was more calculated. Vlad had spent his life watching Wallachian politics. He had watched his father try to navigate between empires, only to be betrayed by his own lords. He had watched his brother buried alive by men who claimed to serve the voivode. He had watched 7, 8, 10 princes rise and fall, while the same boyar families prospered regardless of who sat on the throne. The boyars were the problem. As long as they controlled the land, the wealth, the military forces of the principality, no voivode could rule securely. They would always be ready to switch sides. They would always be ready to open the gates. Vlad solved the problem the only way he knew how. He killed the disloyal. He destroyed their power. He replaced them with men who owed their positions entirely to him. Minor nobles, soldiers, administrators who had no independent base of support. Terror was not madness. Terror was policy. And it worked. For 6 years, Vlad III would rule Wallachia without serious internal opposition. The boyars who remained were too afraid to move against him. The new men he appointed were too dependent on his favor. The throne was secure for the first time in a generation. The man they would call the Impaler had made his point. The Saxons of Transylvania had been a problem for Wallachia for generations. They were German settlers, colonists who had arrived in the 12th century, brought by Hungarian kings to develop the frontier. They built fortified cities, Brasov, Sibiu, Bistritha. They controlled the mountain passes. They dominated trade between the Ottoman East and the Christian West. And they answered to the Hungarian crown, not to any Wallachian voivode. For Vlad, the Saxons represented multiple threats. Economically, they strangled Wallachian commerce. Saxon merchants had historically traded tax-free in Wallachia, buying goods at prices they set themselves, and selling those goods in Central European markets for enormous profits. Wallachian merchants who tried to trade directly in Saxon cities were excluded, harassed, sometimes killed. The Saxons had even confiscated goods from Wallachian traders. Steel purchased legally in Brasov had been seized and the merchants expelled. This was not a minor grievance. This was economic subjugation. Politically, the Saxons sheltered Vlad's enemies. When rival claimants to the Wallachian throne needed a safe haven, they fled to Brasov or Sibiu. When boyars wanted to plot against their voivode, they met with Saxon merchants who promised Hungarian backing. The Saxons had supported Vladislav II. They had supported Dan III. They would support anyone who kept Wallachia weak and divided. Vlad understood this calculus. He also understood that the Saxons were technically subjects of the Hungarian king, and Hungary was, in theory, his ally. Direct confrontation risked his relationship with Matthias Corvinus. Indirect pressure might work better. He began by imposing trade restrictions. Wallachian merchants would no longer travel to Saxon cities. Saxon merchants who entered Wallachia would sell only at designated market towns, Targsor, Campelon, Targovista, under Wallachian control and subject to Wallachian taxation. No more tax-free trading. No more setting prices unilaterally. Violators would be punished severely. In 1459, the Saxons of Brasov made a fatal mistake. They threw their support behind Dan III, yet another rival claimant to the Wallachian throne. Dan was a member of the Danesti branch of the royal family, the same faction that had contested power with Vlad's ancestors for generations. The Saxons gave him money, they gave him shelter, they gave him a base from which to launch attacks on Wallachian territory. The merchants of Brasov calculated that a weak, dependent prince on the Wallachian throne would be better for business than Vlad and his trade restrictions. Vlad's response was devastating. He crossed into Transylvania with a raiding force and struck at the villages around Brasov. He burned farms, he seized livestock, he took captives, merchants, craftsmen, farmers, even students suspected of espionage, and marched them back to Wallachia. The chronicles of Brasov record that he impaled many of them in sight of the city walls, a message that required no translation. He reportedly burned parts of Brasov itself and the surrounding suburbs, though the extent of the damage is disputed among scholars. The Saxons had miscalculated. They had assumed that Vlad, dependent on Hungarian support, would not dare attack subjects of the Hungarian crown. They had not understood what kind of man he was. The punitive raids continued for years, not just once, but repeatedly, whenever the Saxons sheltered another rival or violated his trade laws. Villages around both Brasov and Sibiu learned to fear the Wallachian voivode. Trade disruption cost the Saxons enormous profits, and something else emerged from the conflict, something that would outlive Vlad by centuries. The Saxons had access to a new technology, the printing press. Johannes Gutenberg had invented movable type barely a decade earlier, and German cities were eager to exploit it. By the 1480s, German printers were producing pamphlets about Drakol Wida, Vlad the Dragon's son. The first known printed pamphlet appeared in 1488, though manuscript versions circulated earlier. These pamphlets, illustrated with crude woodcuts, described Vlad's atrocities in lurid detail. They showed him dining among impaled bodies, laughing as victims screamed. They became bestsellers in German merchant cities, the world's first printed horror stories, and they were propaganda. The men who had tried to control Wallachian trade, who had sheltered Vlad's enemies, who had lost villages and profits to his raids, were now shaping his legacy for posterity. The vampire legend would not emerge for another 4 centuries, but the foundation was being laid, a monster created not just by Vlad's actions, but by the stories his enemies told about. Impalement was not Vlad's invention. The practice of inserting a stake through a human body and raising it upright had been documented for at least 2,000 years before Vlad was born. The Assyrian Empire used it as a standard punishment for rebellion. Their stone reliefs, visible today in museums around the world, depict rows of impaled figures outside conquered cities, carved with the same meticulous detail they used for hunting scenes and court ceremonies. It was simply part of statecraft. The Persian Empire continued the tradition, When Darius I reconquered Babylon after a revolt in 522 BCE, the ancient historian Herodotus records that he impaled approximately 3,000 of the city's leading citizens. The mass execution served two purposes. It punished the rebellion, and it ensured there would not be another. A generation of Babylonian leadership was eliminated in a single afternoon. The Ottomans, who would become Vlad's enemies, used impalement extensively. They called it to place on the stake. Vlad almost certainly witnessed Ottoman impalements during his years as a hostage. He may have seen condemned prisoners prepared for the stake. He may have seen their bodies displayed afterward. He learned, as the Ottomans had learned, that this method of execution communicated something that a simple beheading could not. The stake was a message. A body on a stake could be positioned to face a particular direction, toward an approaching army, toward a rebellious city, toward the embassy of a foreign power. It remained visible for days, weeks, sometimes longer if the weather was cold enough. Unlike a head on a pike, the full body was displayed, impossible to ignore. The victim did not simply die. The victim was transformed into a sign. The psychology of the stake was calculated. Vlad understood, as the Assyrians and Persians and Ottomans had understood, that the method of execution mattered as much as the fact of execution. A beheading was quick. A hanging was public, but soon over. The stake was different. The stake was a display. Historical analysis suggests that stakes used for impalement were typically 3 to 4 inches wide, with blunted ends rather than sharp points. The blunting was deliberate. A sharp stake would kill quickly. The executioner might pierce a vital organ within minutes. A blunt stake, carefully positioned, could avoid immediate fatal damage. Survival time varied from 1 to 3 days, depending on positioning and weather conditions. The condemned remained conscious for much of this time. Vlad did not invent this methodology. He simply applied it with industrial efficiency. The chronicles record executions of dozens, hundreds, sometimes thousands of victims at once. The bodies were arranged in patterns, in ranks, by height, a grim hierarchy of the condemned. They were positioned on roads leading into Wallachia, on hillsides visible from miles away. The message was not subtle. This is what happens here. This is who rules here. Consider carefully before you approach. How many victims were there in total? The numbers are almost certainly exaggerated by hostile chroniclers. German pamphlets claimed 80,000 to 100,000. Ottoman sources spoke of similar figures. Modern historians have cross-referenced these accounts with other evidence and found significant inflation. One famous account claiming 600 impaled Saxon merchants was likely closer to 41. A realistic estimate for Vlad's total victims across his reign might be closer to 2,000 to 5,000. The propaganda served its purpose. Both Vlad's enemies and his admirers had reasons to inflate the numbers. Vlad would soon have the opportunity to test this weapon against the greatest army in the world. Once a year, Wallachia paid tribute to the Ottoman Empire. The payment was called the jizya, a tax levied on non-Muslim subjects of the Sultan. Wallachia owed approximately 10,000 gold ducats annually. That was the monetary cost. There was also a human cost, young boys, taken from Wallachian families and sent to the Ottoman court to be trained as janissaries, elite soldiers loyal only to the Sultan. The system was called devshirme, and it worked like this. Ottoman officials would travel through Christian territories, selecting healthy boys between the ages of 8 and 18. The boys would be converted to Islam, educated and trained. The most promising became janissaries, the feared infantry corps that had helped conquer Constantinople. Others became administrators, translators, or court officials. They would never see their families again. The number Wallachia owed varies depending on the source. Some accounts say 500 boys per year. Others say 1,000. Whatever the exact figure, the principle was the same. Wallachia bought its survival by paying gold and surrendering its children. Vlad understood this system intimately. He had been part of it himself. He and his brother Radu had been hostages, collateral ensuring their father's cooperation. He knew what happened to those boys. He knew what Radu had become. For 6 years after taking the throne in 1456, Vlad paid the tribute. He understood the calculus. The Ottoman Empire had conquered Constantinople in 1453. Mehmed II, the Sultan who had done it, the man Vlad had watched grow up in the Ottoman court, commanded armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Wallachia's entire military force was perhaps 30,000 men. Direct confrontation meant annihilation. Vlad paid the gold. He sent the boys. He bided his time. By 1461, the calculus had changed. Hungary under Matthias Corvinus was promising a new crusade. Pope Pius II was calling for Christian unity against the Ottomans. Venice, which had lost profitable trading posts to Ottoman expansion, was contributing funds. The Republic of Ragusa was providing intelligence. For the first time in years, it seemed possible that Wallachia might not have to face the empire alone. Vlad began to reconsider his options. The Hungarians were willing to back him. The Pope was blessing the enterprise. The Venetians were paying. That year, the tribute did not arrive in Constantinople. The Ottoman envoys arrived at Targovist expecting submission. They came to demand the overdue tribute, the gold and the boys that Wallachia owed. They came with the full authority of Sultan Mehmed II, the conqueror of the Eastern Roman Empire, the man who had ended a civilization that had lasted 1,000 years. They carried themselves with the confidence of men who represented an empire that had never lost a major war. When they entered Vlad's throne room, they did not remove their turbans. This was, they explained, their religious custom. A Muslim removes his head covering only before God. No earthly ruler, certainly not a Christian vassal prince of a minor Balkan principality, warranted such respect. The story of what happened next appears in multiple sources, though historians debate whether it actually occurred or was later embellishment. According to the accounts, Vlad listened to the envoy's explanation. He nodded. He said that he wished to help them honor their custom. If they would never remove their turbans before any man, then he would ensure they never had to. He ordered his guards to nail the turbans to their heads, driving iron nails through the cloth and into the skulls of the diplomats. The envoys died, of course, and Vlad sent them back to the Sultan as a message. Whether the nailed turban incident is historical fact or propaganda invention created decades later, the underlying reality is documented. Vlad rejected the Ottoman demands. He refused to pay the tribute. He refused to send the boys. And he did something more provocative still. He launched a winter campaign across the Danube into Ottoman Bulgaria, attacking villages and outposts, killing thousands, burning everything he could not carry away. He was not merely refusing to pay, he was attacking. Mehmed II sent another emissary, a Greek diplomat named Thomas Kataboulinos, sometimes called Yunus Bey, to summon Vlad to Constantinople. Vlad was to present himself before the Sultan and explain his defiance. The summons was an ultimatum wrapped in diplomatic language. Everyone understood what would happen if Vlad obeyed. He would be imprisoned or killed. His throne would be given to someone more compliant, probably his brother Radu, who remained at the Ottoman court and had become a favorite of the Sultan. Vlad knew what the Ottomans did to vassals who became inconvenient. His own father had been murdered after years of trying to appease both sides. Vlad did not go to Constantinople. He lured Mehmed's next delegation, a military force led by General Hamza Bey, into an ambush. The Ottoman soldiers were captured, and then Vlad did what he had become famous for. He impaled them, all of them. He left their bodies along the Danube for the Ottoman border patrols to find. The war had begun. In the winter of 1462, Vlad crossed the Danube. The river froze solid in the harsh cold, solid enough to support cavalry, solid enough to march an army across. This was not a normal occurrence. The Danube freezes perhaps once or twice a decade, and rarely long enough for military operations. Vlad had been watching the weather. He had been waiting for exactly this opportunity. The frozen river transformed geography. What was normally an impassable barrier became a highway into Ottoman territory. Vlad had approximately 30,000 soldiers, a mix of cavalry, infantry, and irregular forces drawn from Wallachian villages. The Ottoman territory on the far bank had garrisons scattered along the river, but nothing that could stop a concentrated strike force moving at night. He had calculated that Mehmed II would not expect an attack in winter. Ottoman armies campaigned in warm months. They needed grass for their horses, forage for their supply trains. Winter warfare in the Balkans was madness. Vlad had calculated that the Ottomans would not be able to respond quickly. By the time word reached Constantinople, the raids would be over. He had calculated correctly. The raids began in January and continued through February. Vlad's forces swept along the Danube from Obluchitsa in the east, near where the river flows into the Black Sea, to Rahova in the west, a distance of nearly 400 miles of river frontier. They attacked villages, outposts, and trade settlements. They targeted Ottoman Turkish populations and Muslim Bulgarian converts. Christian Bulgarians, according to Vlad's own account, were generally spared and given a choice. Many were taken back across the Danube and resettled in Wallachia, a strategic decision to both depopulate Ottoman frontier territory and increase his own population base. These were people who would farm Wallachian land, pay Wallachian taxes, and owe their survival to the Wallachian voivode. The campaign was methodical. Villages were surrounded at night, every exit blocked. Anyone who resisted was killed immediately. Those who surrendered were evaluated, questioned about their religion, their loyalties, their knowledge of Ottoman troop movements. Muslims were executed or captured for later impalement as examples. Christians were given the choice to relocate to Wallachia or watch their homes burn. The Wallachian soldiers moved quickly, never staying in one place long enough for the scattered Ottoman garrisons to concentrate against them. When Ottoman cavalry did approach, Vlad's forces melted back across the frozen river, disappearing into the night. They were ghosts. They were everywhere, and they were burning the frontier. On February 11, 1462, Vlad sat down to write a letter. It was addressed to Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, his nominal ally, the man who had promised crusade support, the man who controlled whether Wallachia would fight the Ottoman Empire alone or with the backing of Christian Europe. Vlad needed to document what he had accomplished. He needed to prove his value as an ally. He needed military reinforcement, and he needed it soon. The letter survives. It is preserved in Hungarian archives, one of the few primary sources we have in Vlad's own words, not filtered through hostile German pamphlets or Ottoman chroniclers, but his own report to his own ally. In it, he states, "We killed 23,884 Turks and Bulgarians, not counting those who were burned in their homes or whose heads were cut off by our soldiers and not brought back for counting." The precision of the number is striking. Not about 20,000, not many thousands, but 23,884. Vlad was keeping count. His soldiers were bringing back evidence of their kills, and someone was tallying them with the methodical precision of a tax collector. The letter lists the territories devastated, from Obluchitsa near the Black Sea coast to Rahova on the western Danube, including villages at Novoselo, Samovid, and Gigin. It was a campaign that covered hundreds of miles of Ottoman frontier, executed in the dead of winter by an army that should have been huddled around fires waiting for spring. Vlad describes capturing enemy commanders, including Hamza Pasha, a general he ambushed near the fortress of Giurgiu. According to some accounts, Vlad infiltrated Georgiou, disguised as an Ottoman soldier, speaking the Turkish he had learned as a child hostage, before signaling his men to attack. The fortress fell. Hamza Pasha was captured and later impaled. To verify his claims, Vlad reportedly sent physical proof to Matthias Corvinus, sacks filled with severed noses and ears from the dead. Each nose represented a body. Each ear could be matched to a head. The Hungarian court could count them. This was not boasting. It was documentation of the kind medieval rulers understood. Vlad was demonstrating that he had struck the Ottoman Empire harder than any Christian prince had managed since the fall of Constantinople 9 years earlier. He was asking for the promised support. He was proving that he had earned it. He was showing that Wallachia alone had done what the Crusades had failed to do, inflict massive casualties on the Ottomans and survive. The strategy went beyond killing. Vlad understood what was coming. Mehmed II would respond to the raids with overwhelming force. The Sultan had conquered Constantinople, the greatest Christian city in the world, defended by legendary walls that had stood for 1,000 years. He would not tolerate a vassal prince murdering his subjects and burning his territory. He had destroyed the Byzantine Empire. He could certainly destroy Wallachia. Vlad understood the math. He had perhaps 30,000 soldiers at full strength. Mehmed could field 90,000 or more, 3 times Vlad's numbers, with better equipment, better training, and a supply system that had supported campaigns across 3 continents. Wallachia could not win a conventional battle against the Ottoman army. The numbers were simply impossible. Vlad had to fight a different kind of war, scorched earth. Everywhere his forces went, they destroyed the infrastructure that an invading army would need. Granaries were burned, not just empty, but burned to ash so no one could use them. Livestock was slaughtered or driven back to Wallachia. Wells were poisoned with animal carcasses or collapsed entirely, their stone walls pushed in so that even digging new ones would take days. Villages were depopulated, the inhabitants killed, captured, or fled into the Carpathian Mountains. When Mehmed's army eventually came, it would find nothing. No food, no fodder for horses, no fresh water, no local population to press into service as guides or laborers. The Ottoman supply lines would stretch back across the Danube, hundreds of miles of vulnerable wagons moving slowly through hostile territory. This was defensive destruction. Vlad was trading his enemy's territory for his own survival. The Bulgarian Christians he resettled in Wallachia would farm his land and pay his taxes. The Bulgarian Muslims and Turks who died along the Danube would never threaten his borders again. The burned infrastructure would slow the Ottoman advance by weeks, perhaps longer. Every well that needed digging was a delay. Every grain silo that wasn't there was a supply wagon that had to come from further back. Every depopulated village was a night without shelter, without local knowledge, without laborers. He knew Mehmed was coming. He was preparing the battlefield before the battle began. The letter to Matthias was not just documentation, it was a plea. Vlad had done everything he could alone. Now he needed the crusade that had been promised. He needed Hungarian cavalry and Venetian gold and papal blessing. He needed the Christian alliance that had been discussed for years to finally act. The 23,884 bodies along the Danube were his credentials. They were his argument. They were his claim on Christian support. The support would not come in time. In the spring of 1462, Mehmed II assembled the largest army he had commanded since the siege of Constantinople 9 years earlier. The Ottoman chronicler Tursun Bey described it as huge, second in size only to the one this sultan had led against Constantinople. Contemporary sources estimated the force at anywhere from 90,000 to 150,000 soldiers. Modern historians generally accept a figure between 60,000 and and 100,000, still an overwhelming force by any medieval standard. To put this in perspective, the entire population of Wallachia was perhaps 500,000 people. Mehmed was bringing an army the size of a major city. The army gathered at Adrianople, the Ottoman capital before Constantinople fell. It included the elite Janissary infantry, professional soldiers, many of them converted Christians taken as boys through the Devshirme system that Vlad knew so intimately from his own captivity. It included the Sipahi cavalry, heavily armored horsemen who held land grants in exchange for military service, trained from childhood to fight on horseback. It included the Akinci, light cavalry scouts and raiders who would screen the advance and terrorize the countryside ahead of the main force. It included engineers who had breached the walls of Constantinople, siege specialists with the latest gunpowder weapons, supply coordinators managing a logistics operation that spanned 3 continents, wagons carrying food, fodder, ammunition, and equipment for what promised to be a long campaign. Supporting the land army was a fleet of 25 galleons and 150 smaller vessels, sailing up the Danube to transport supplies and cut off any Wallachian retreat to the north or east. This was not a punitive raid. This was an invasion designed to end Wallachian independence permanently and incorporate the principality into the Ottoman Empire. Mehmed II led the army personally. The Sultan who had conquered Constantinople at 21 years old, ending a civilization that had lasted since the days of Rome, was now 30 years old, at the height of his power and his ambition. He had never lost a major campaign. He had crushed Serbian resistance at Kosovo. He had absorbed the remnants of the Byzantine Empire. He had forced the Venetians and Genoese to pay tribute for what remained of their Black Sea trading posts. He was planning further campaigns against the Hungarians, the Venetians, even Rome itself. The idea that a vassal prince of a minor Balkan principality could defy him was an insult that required a personal response. Mehmed brought something else with him, a replacement. Radu, Vlad's younger brother, rode with the Ottoman army at the head of a contingent of Janissaries. Radu had remained at the Ottoman court after Vlad escaped. He had converted to Islam. He had become a favorite of the Sultan. Sources suggest they may have been lovers, close companions since their shared childhood at the Ottoman court. Radu was now a polished Ottoman courtier, handsome and diplomatic, everything his brother was not. The plan was simple: destroy Vlad, install Radu as the new voivode, and Wallachia would become an obedient vassal forever. Against this force, Vlad had perhaps 30,000 soldiers at full strength. Many had been killed or wounded in the winter campaign across the Danube. Many were peasant conscripts, farmers given spears and told to fight, with minimal training and equipment scavenged from previous battles. Some had never held a weapon before being drafted. His core force was smaller, perhaps 5,000 to 7,000 professional cavalry, hardened veterans who had survived the Turkish captivity, the boyar purges, continuous warfare. He had some Hungarian mercenaries who had come south for pay and adventure. He had volunteers from Transylvania who hated the Ottomans for their own reasons. It was not enough. The math was simple and brutal. If Mehmed brought 100,000 soldiers, Vlad was outnumbered more than 3 to 1. If Mehmed brought only 60,000, the conservative modern estimate, Vlad was still outnumbered 2 to 1, and the quality differential was even worse. Ottoman Janissaries were considered the finest infantry in the world. Ottoman cavalry had conquered from the Balkans to Mesopotamia. Ottoman siege engineers had breached the walls of Constantinople. Wallachian peasants with farm implements repurposed as weapons could not match them in open battle. Any pitched engagement would be a slaughter. Vlad knew this better than anyone. He had seen the Ottoman military machine from the inside during his years as a hostage. He had watched them train, watched them drill, watched them prepare for the campaign that took Constantinople. He knew their tactics, their discipline, their capabilities. He had no illusions about his chances in a conventional war. An army that could breach walls that had stood for 1,000 years could certainly overwhelm the wooden walls of Targovist. But Vlad was not planning a conventional war. Every well he had poisoned, every village he had burned, every person he had killed or resettled during the winter campaign was preparation for this moment. The Ottoman army would find nothing to eat. Their supply lines would stretch back across the Danube, hundreds of miles of vulnerable wagons moving slowly through The wall is limestone. The man holding both has a list and a cartouche to match. He positions the blade against the oval frame that circles the pharaoh's name, a name carved into this temple wall less than a generation ago. He strikes. Stone dust falls into the crease between his thumb and forefinger. He strikes again. A flake of limestone drops to the floor, taking a hieroglyph with it. He doesn't know who the pharaoh was. The list doesn't explain. It gives a location, a wall, a row of cartouches, and an instruction: remove. He's done 6 today. By the end of the week, he'll do dozens more. Other masons are doing the same thing across the river, in other temples, in tombs, on obelisks. Whatever this man did, whoever he offended, the order is total. Somewhere south of here, a city stands empty. A city this pharaoh built from nothing, raised on land that had never been dedicated to any god. Temples with no roofs, palaces with no king, walls still covered in a name that, here in Thebes, the masons are already breaking apart. The pharaoh ruled for 17 years. He changed the religion. He moved the capital. He told 3,000 years of tradition that it was wrong, and he was right, and the only god worth worshipping was the one that rose each morning and set each night. Then he died. And within a decade, the men who came after him decided that none of it had ever happened. The mason finishes the cartouche. Where the name was, there is now a shallow rectangular scar, lighter than the surrounding stone, slightly rough at the edges. In a few years, dust and grime will darken it. In a few centuries, sand will cover it entirely. In 3,000 years, someone will clear that sand, find the scar, and begin the long work of figuring out what name had been underneath. They'll find it, not on this wall, but in other places, places the masons couldn't reach, or didn't bother with, or hadn't been told about, in blocks buried inside other men's monuments, in cliffs too remote to climb, in letters written in a language that wasn't Egyptian. The mason doesn't know any of this. He's working. The sun is high and the dust is in his teeth. He has a list and names to break. 2 statues sit at the edge of the floodplain west of Thebes, 18 meters tall, 700 tons each. They depict a seated pharaoh with his hands on his knees and his eyes on the horizon. Behind them, once, stood the largest mortuary temple ever built in Egypt. The temple is gone, dissolved by flood and time, and later pharaohs who stripped it for parts. The statues remain. They've been sitting there for over 3,000 years. The pharaoh they depict is Amenhotep III, and until his son came along, his reign was the high watermark of Egyptian civilization. By the time Amenhotep III took the throne around 1386 BC, the 18th dynasty had been accumulating power for nearly 2 centuries. His predecessors had done the hard work. Thutmose III, 4 generations back, had fought 17 military campaigns and turned Egypt into an empire that stretched from Nubia in the south to the banks of the Euphrates in the northeast. Amenhotep III inherited that machine. He didn't need to conquer anything. He just needed to run it, and he ran it beautifully. 38 years on the throne. Luxor Temple, the colonnade hall with its 14 papyrus columns, each one taller than a 2-story building. The palace complex at Malkata on the west bank, with its own harbour, large enough for a royal barge. Diplomatic marriages to princesses from Babylonia and Mitanni that cemented alliances along the entire eastern Mediterranean. His court sent and received correspondence with every major power of the late Bronze Age: Assyria, Hatti, Arzawa, Al-Ashir. In one of those letters, a Babylonian king writes to the pharaoh and says the words that define the relationship. Gold is like dust in your country. Just send it. Egypt did send it. Gold poured out of Nubian mines. It bought alliances, marriages, silence. It funded construction programs that employed tens of thousands. The Amun Temple at Karnak, already the largest religious complex in the world, grew larger under Amenhotep III's patronage. Gift after gift poured into the priesthood, and that was the tension no one talked about. Every building project, every endowment, every festival made the Amun priesthood richer. By the end of Amenhotep III's reign, the high priest of Amun controlled estates, granaries, cattle herds, and a permanent workforce that rivaled the palace itself. The king and the temple were supposed to be partners. Somewhere along the way, the balance had shifted. The throne had made the temple so powerful that it could afford to disagree. Amenhotep III died around 1349 BC. When he did, he left behind the richest kingdom on earth, the most powerful priesthood in Egypt, and a son who would decide that the whole arrangement was wrong. To understand why the sun would eventually burn the system down, you have to understand how the system fed itself. The Amun Temple at Karnak was a working economy. It owned farmland across Egypt, fields that produced grain taxed at rates set by the priesthood, stored in granaries the priesthood controlled, redistributed to a workforce the priesthood employed. The high priest administered cattle herds numbered in the thousands. Foreign tribute flowed through the temple as offerings, and each new pharaoh, by building more monuments to Amun, transferred more land, more labor, and more revenue to the institution he was supposed to oversee. Amenhotep III had built more than any pharaoh before him, and every stone laid at Karnak had made the priesthood wealthier. He noticed, the evidence suggests that Amenhotep III, late in his reign, began hedging against the institution he'd enriched. The Esed festival was the key. This was the ancient Jubilee, a ritual where the pharaoh demonstrated, in front of the court and the gods, that his body was still strong enough to rule. Most pharaohs celebrated it once, at year 30. Amenhotep III celebrated 3 in years 30, 34, and 37. No one else in the 18th dynasty came close. The festival was a performance of direct divine legitimacy. The pharaoh didn't need a priest to intercede on his behalf. He stood before the gods and proved himself. Each said festival said the same thing: I don't need an intermediary. And then there was the barge. Amenhotep III built a pleasure barge for the artificial lake at his Malkata palace. He named it Chehen Aten. The Aten gleams. The Aten, the visible sun disk, one of 100 solar deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and until now, a minor one. The king was signaling something. He also built a small temple to the Aten at Thebes, modest compared to Karnak, easily overlooked. A chapel beside a cathedral. He never pushed it further. Whatever Amenhotep III thought about Amun, he kept it quiet. He continued building at Karnak. He continued funding the priesthood. He celebrated the old festivals and honored the old gods. He may have seen the imbalance, but he chose to manage it rather than confront it. His son would make a different choice. The throne was never supposed to be his. Amenhotep III's eldest son was Crown Prince Thutmose. He carried the right name, held the right title, High Priest of Ptah at Memphis, and performed the right duties. When his pet cat died, he had it embalmed and buried in a miniature limestone sarcophagus. That sarcophagus still exists. The prince doesn't. He died before his father, and the records don't say when or how. The spare stepped forward. His name was Amenhotep, the fourth pharaoh to carry it. Amenhotep. Amun is satisfied. He took the throne under a name that honored the god who would spend his reign trying to destroy. Almost nothing survives from his life before accession. No childhood inscriptions, no tutors named, no records of education, training, or religious instruction. The man who would attempt the most radical religious transformation in Egyptian history is a blank page until the moment the crown touched his head. We don't know if he was raised in the Aten cult his father had quietly promoted. We don't know if he clashed with the Amun priesthood before he had the power to act on it. We don't know what made him the way he was. Scholars have debated whether he even ruled alone from the start. The co-regency question, whether he shared the throne with his father for some period, has split Egyptologists for decades. A tomb inscription discovered in 2014, belonging to Vizier Amenhotep Hui, shows cartouches of both Amenhotep III and his son side by side. Supporters of a long co-regency say this proves they ruled together for up to 12 years. Opponents point out that Amenhotep III's name was never targeted by the later erasure campaigns. If he'd been a co-heretic, why would the restorers have spared him? And the two pharaohs are never shown performing the same ritual at the same time, which was the standard iconography for co-regencies in earlier dynasties. The current consensus leans against it. Most Egyptologists favor no co-regency, or a very short overlap of a year or two at most. What is certain is this. Around 1353 BC, a young man somewhere between 16 and 20 years old inherited the wealthiest empire on earth, a priesthood that could rival his treasury, and a minor sun god his father had been quietly feeding. Within 5 years, he would abandon the capital, rename himself, and declare war on every god in Egypt, except one. For the first 4 years Egyptian convention held, Amenhotep IV ruled from Thebes. He observed the expected festivals. He worshipped at the expected temples. If anyone at court thought the new king was unusual, no record of that concern survives. What survives are the buildings. East of the main Amun precinct at Karnak, directly adjacent to the temple complex that the priesthood controlled, Amenhotep IV began construction on 2 new temples. The Gemparten, the Aten is found, and the Huat Benben, the house of the Benben, temples to a sun god, raised in the shadow of the god they would eventually replace. The construction method said as much as the dedication. Instead of the massive stone blocks used in traditional Egyptian temple building, Amenhotep IV ordered a new standard, Talatat, sandstone blocks cut to roughly 52 by 26 by 24 centimeters and weighing about 70 kilograms, small enough for one man to carry. A traditional temple block took a team, a Talatat took a laborer. The temples went up fast. Whatever Amenhotep IV was building, he was building it in a hurry. And then there were the statues. From the ruins of the Gemparten, archaeologists recovered colossal figures of the king, and they looked like nothing Egypt had produced in 3,000 years. The face stretched and narrowed, the jaw elongated, the lips thickened, the cheekbones angular, the hips widened, the belly swelled, the limbs tapered to spindles. Some scholars have argued these depictions reflect a medical condition. Others say they represent a deliberate theological statement, the pharaoh as both mother and father of his people. The debate continues. What is certain is that the art was a provocation. It was designed to look different. At the Habayiti Ben Ben, another provocation. In some relief scenes, the king's wife, a woman named Nefertiti, appears making offerings to the Aten on her own, no pharaoh beside her, a queen performing priestly ritual alone. That had never happened in Egyptian art. 4 years, 2 temples, a new building method, statues that broke every rule, a queen who worshipped without the king. Nothing had been announced, no proclamation had been issued, no gods had been banned, and already anyone paying attention could see that the system Amenhotep III had carefully managed was being tested by his son in ways the old king had never dared. The 5th year would make it official. Her name meant the beautiful one has come. Her origins are less clear. She was probably the daughter of a courtier named Ai, who would later become pharaoh himself. She may have grown up in the royal household. She may have been raised alongside the prince she married. The records offer possibilities and little else. What is certain is that by the time Amenhotep IV began his reign, Nefertiti was already beside him, and she would stay there for the next 15 years. They had 6 daughters: Meritaten, Meketaten, Ankasenpaten, Neferneferuaten, Tasherit, Neferneferura, and Setapenra. 6 daughters, and as far as the evidence shows, no sons. The implications of that gap would shape everything that followed the king's death. In Egyptian art, scale determines rank. A pharaoh is drawn larger than his wife. A queen is drawn larger than her servants. The size of a figure on a wall tells you exactly where that figure stands in the hierarchy. On the boundary stelae that mark the edges of the new capital, the 14 stone tablets where Akhenaten swore his oath, Nefertiti appears at the same scale as the king, same height, same proportion, both standing beneath the rays of the Aten, both receiving the Ankh, the symbol of life, directly from the sun disk. Below them, in smaller scale, the daughters. Above them, nothing. They were the top of the hierarchy, and they were equals. The visual evidence goes further. On Tlatat blocks recovered from Karnak, Nefertiti is shown in the classic smiting pose, arm raised, gripping an enemy by the hair, a scene that in 3,000 years of Egyptian art had belonged exclusively to pharaohs. She wears a variant of the kepresh, the blue crown, another emblem that had never appeared on a queen. This was structural. Atenism required 2 intermediaries. The Aten shone on the royal couple. The royal couple reflected that light to the people. Remove one, and the chain broke. Other Egyptian queens had been powerful. Hatshepsut had ruled as pharaoh. Tiye, Amenhotep III's wife, had corresponded with foreign kings. Nefertiti's role was different. She was embedded in the theology itself. The religion could not function without her. That made her something Egypt had never quite produced. A queen whose power came from the architecture of the faith, rather than from political maneuver. Whatever Amenhotep IV was building, the theology, the temples, the new artistic language, she was part of the blueprint. The 2 of them were about to abandon Thebes, change their names, and start a new city from nothing. When they did, both their names would appear on every boundary stone, every temple wall, every offering scene. Equal scale, equal function. 1 pharaoh and 1 queen, standing between the sun and everything underneath it. In the 5th year of his reign, the king erased his own name. Amenhotep, Amun is satisfied, was the name his father had carried, and his grandfather, and the dynasty's founder before them. It was the name of loyalty, the name that said, the old god is honored, the old order holds, the covenant between the throne and the temple remains intact. The king carved it off his monuments and replaced it with a new one, Akhenaten. Effective for the Aten, 4 syllables, and the covenant was broken. Amun was gone from the royal name for the first time in a century. The god who had sustained the dynasty, whose priests controlled the wealth of Karnak, whose temples lined both banks of the river, removed, replaced by a sun disk that had, until a generation ago, been a footnote in the Egyptian pantheon. Nefertiti changed her name too. She became Neferuaten Nefertiti. Beautiful are the beauties of the Aten. The beautiful one has come. Both of them now carried the Aten in their identities. The old god had been written out of the royal household at the level of grammar. And then the announcement. The king would leave Thebes. He would build a new capital on land that had never been dedicated to any god. Virgin ground, owing nothing to Amun, owing nothing to tradition. He would call it Akhenaten, horizon of the Aten. He would move the court, the administration, the treasury. He would leave Karnak standing, and he would never come back. There is no record of protest, no surviving inscription from a priest of Amun objecting, no petition from a governor, no speech from a courtier urging caution. The silence in the archive is total. This does not mean everyone agreed. It means no one could stop him. He was Pharaoh. In the Egyptian system, the Pharaoh spoke for the gods. If the Pharaoh said the gods had changed, then the gods had changed. The mechanism that gave the Amun priesthood its legitimacy was the same mechanism that allowed the king to dismantle it. The authority was circular, and Akhenaten had just stepped to the center of the circle. He had been on the throne for 5 years. He had built temples inside the Amun precinct. He had married a queen who worshipped alongside him. He had produced statues that shattered the conventions of Egyptian art. And now he was walking away from all of it, from Thebes, from Karnak, from the entire religious infrastructure of the state he ruled, to start again on empty ground. The city he would build there is the subject of a later chapter. What matters here is the act of leaving. Roughly 300 kilometers south of Memphis, the limestone cliffs on the east bank of the Nile pull back from the river and open into a natural bay, a wide, flat stretch of desert framed by rock on 3 sides and the river on the 4th. In the 5th year of Akhenaten's reign, no temple stood here, no village, no shrine to any god. The land belonged to no one. He chose it for exactly that reason. Into the cliffs on both sides of the river, Akhenaten ordered 14 stelae carved, massive stone tablets cut directly into the rock face, some standing over 7 meters tall. They ringed the site like boundary markers because that is precisely what they were. Each carried an inscription. Each carried the same oath. The king swore 3 things. He would build the Aten, a temple, a palace, and a tomb for himself and his family at this site. He would never extend the boundaries beyond the markers, and he would never leave. If he died elsewhere, his body was to be brought back and buried in the tomb he would carve into the eastern cliffs. Oath was dated. It was specific. It named structures. It named tombs. One for the king, one for Nefertiti, one for their eldest daughter. It even named a bull, the Menevis, sacred animal of Heliopolis, the old sun cult city far to the north. The Aten had roots, and Akhenaten wanted the Akhetaten, horizon of the Aten. What it looked like, how it was laid out, and who lived there belonged to a later chapter. What matters at this point in the story is the oath itself and what it reveals. Akhenaten did not hedge. He did not say, for as long as the gods permit, or unless circumstances change. He carved a permanent commitment into limestone and signed it with his name and the name of his god. The stelae were placed high enough on the cliff face that they could be read from below. They were meant to be seen. They were meant to last. There is no provision for succession, no plan for what happens after his death beyond the location of his burial. no mechanism for the Aten cult to survive the loss of its sole intermediary. Akhenaten built a religion that required his personal presence, and then carved a permanent oath into a cliff, as if permanence and mortality were not a contradiction. He was roughly 25 years old. He had the entire apparatus of an empire at his command. He was about to build a city from nothing, and the first thing he did with the silence of that empty desert was fill it with a promise he could not keep. The men went out with chisels. Akhenaten dispatched agents across Egypt, north to the Delta, south to Nubia, and into every temple precinct between. Their assignment was specific: find the name of Amun and remove it. Wherever the god's name appeared, carved into a temple wall, inscribed on an obelisk, etched into a lintel, they chiseled it out. Not covered, not painted over, cut from the stone, leaving a rectangular scar where the hieroglyphs had been. They started with the temples. Karnak, the complex that the Amun priesthood had spent centuries building into the largest religious site in Egypt, was methodically defaced. The name of its god was gouged from columns, doorways, sanctuary walls. Then they moved to Luxor, then to temples along the Nile that Amenhotep III and his predecessors had built as dedications to Amun. Then they went further. They entered Private Pen in its first formal identity, still carried the names of older gods inside it. It was a solar deity built from existing parts. For the first 5 years, the Aten existed alongside the rest of the pantheon. The temples at Karnak went up inside the Amun precinct. Amun's own priests continued to function. The new god was elevated, promoted, given dedicated structures, and the old gods were left standing. This was phase 1, addition, not replacement. Phase 2 began with the name change. When Amenhotep became Akhenaten and the departure from Thebes was announced, the Aten moved from promoted guest to dominant force. Other gods were marginalized, resources were redirected. The priesthoods of Amun, Ptah, Thoth, and the rest saw their income shrink as the crown funneled tribute toward the Aten cult and the construction of the new capital. The old gods were still there, technically. They were being starved. Then came year 9 and phase 3. The Aten's official name was revised. Orakti was removed. Shu was removed. The new title read, the living Ra, ruler of the 2 horizons, who rejoices in the horizon, in his name of Ra, the Father, who returns as the Aten. Every reference to another god had been excised from the Aten's own identity. The Aten now defined itself in terms of itself alone. This was the moment the suppression, already underway in the temples and tombs, became total. The plural word for gods was chiseled out. Osiris was banned. The afterlife he had governed was erased. And the Aten was given its final visual form, a sun disk with radiating beams, each beam ending in a stylized human hand. Some of those hands extended the Ankh, the symbol of life, toward the royal couple. The rest reached down, open palmed, toward the earth. No face, no falcon head, no human body, no animal form, no cult statue was ever carved. The temples were built without roofs, open to the sky, because the sky was where the god lived. There was nothing to pray to except a circle of light overhead and the 2 human beings standing beneath it. In 17 years, the Aten had gone from one god among many to the only god, formless, unnamed, except by its own self-reference, unreachable except through a single royal couple, claimed to be the only channel between the disk and the earth. For 3,000 years, Egyptian religion had been distributed. Every town had a temple. Every temple had a priest. Every household had a shrine, a small niche in the wall where a family kept figurines of the gods who protected their children, eased their births, warded off scorpions. You prayed to Bes for your newborn. You prayed to Taweret during labor. You prayed to your local god for the harvest. And when you died, Osiris weighed your heart. And if you had lived well, you continued. Akhenaten dismantled every level of that system. The local temples were closed or defunded. The household gods were banned. The figurines were removed. The priests who had served as intermediaries between the people and the gods were rendered obsolete. The Aten had no use for them. The god had no cult statue to feed, no darkened sanctuary to maintain, no ritual cycle that required a trained clergy. The temples were open-air platforms. The rituals were conducted by the king. The great hymn to the Aten, attributed to Akhenaten himself, made the claim explicit. There is no other who knows you, only your son. One sentence, one claim. The pharaoh, and only the pharaoh, knows the Aten. Every prior priest in Egypt had functioned as a specialist, someone trained in the rituals and texts of a specific god. Akhenaten replaced all of them with himself. The Aten shone on him. He reflected the Aten's light to the people. If the people wanted access to the divine, they came to the king. This was a system with a single point of failure. If the god has no other priest and the only intermediary dies, the religion has no mechanism for continuation. The Aten could not be accessed through scripture. There was no scripture beyond the hymn. It could not be accessed through trained clergy. There were none. It could not be accessed through personal devotion. The Aten did not hear personal prayers. The only path to the divine ran through the mind of one man, and that man was mortal. Akhenaten had built a theology that depended entirely on his own continued existence. The god had no face. The religion had no backup plan. The entire apparatus of Egyptian belief, the temples, the priesthoods, the festivals, the afterlife, had been stripped down and rebuilt as a funnel that pointed at one person. When the time came, and it would come, the question would be simple. Remove the person, and what remains? The answer, as the Masons would eventually demonstrate, was almost nothing. The fullest statement of what Akhenaten believed was found in a tomb. The tomb belonged to a courtier who would, decades later, briefly become pharaoh himself. Into the entrance corridor, someone carved 13 columns of hieroglyphic text, a hymn to the Aten, attributed to the king. Scholars call it the Great Hymn. It is the closest thing Atenism produced to scripture, and it is the only extended text that survives describing the theology in the words of its creator. The hymn follows the sun through a single day. At dawn, the Aten rises, and the world comes alive. Trees flower, birds unfold their wings and raise them in praise. Cattle graze, ships sail north and south, fish leap in the river. Every land is in festival, the text says. The Aten's light is the source of all activity. Without it, the world is inert. At dusk, the cycle reverses. Darkness falls. Lions emerge from their dens. Serpents strike. The world without the Aten is a world of danger and stillness. The hymn describes this reversal plainly, not as punishment, simply as absence. When the light goes, life contracts. The hymn then moves beyond Egypt. The Aten, it declares, created all lands and all peoples. It made their languages different. It made their skin different. It gave each nation its own river, a striking claim from a civilization that considered the Nile the center of the world. You have set every man in his place, the hymn reads. You have distinguished them. The Aten makes the chick cry inside the egg. It fills the rivers. It grows the grain. It counts the seasons. It is the universal mechanism, the force that drives everything biological, ecological, seasonal. The scope is total. The Aten doesn't govern one city's harvest or one kingdom's war. It drives the planet. There are no commandments, no rules for living, no ethical demands, no concept of sin, no instructions for reaching an afterlife, no judgment, no reward for the righteous or punishment for the wicked. The hymn asks nothing of the listener except to recognize the Aten as the source of all things and to praise it. It is a hymn of pure description. The sun rises, life follows. The sun sets, life stops. The sun made everyone. The sun sustains everything. The king alone understands this. The end. 200 lines of praise for a God who demands nothing, written by a king who demanded everything. The theology is beautiful. The power structure behind it is absolute. And the text that contains both was carved into the wall of a courtier's tomb in a city that would be abandoned within a generation. Number CH 04.2, the monotheism question. Narration block 4.2. So what was it? One God, universal creator, active suppression of all rivals, exclusive worship enforced by the state. By several definitions, that is monotheism. The Egyptologist James Henry Breasted called Akhenaten the first individual in history and argued that this was the world's first monotheistic religion, 1500 years before the concept appeared anywhere else. For much of the 20th century, that was the consensus. It did not hold. Eric Hornum called it monolatry, the worship of one God without necessarily denying the existence of others. The Aten, even in its purified form, retained traces of older solar theology. Ra was still embedded in the didactic name. The religion did not argue that other gods were false. It simply acted as if they were irrelevant, then erased them. Donald Redford went further. He saw Atenism as a political instrument, a top-down restructuring of power wrapped in theological language. The religion's function, in his reading, was to centralize authority, dismantle priestly rivals, and redirect revenue. Whether the king genuinely believed what he preached was, for Redford, secondary to what the system achieved. Others have used the term henotheism, the worship of one God while accepting the existence of others. That fits the early years, when the Aten stood alongside the pantheon. It stops fitting around year 9, when the agents went out with chisels and the plural word for gods disappeared from the walls. The classification problem is real, because Atenism does not match any existing template cleanly. It resembles Abrahamic monotheism in some respects, one God, universal creator, exclusive worship, and diverges from it in others. The divergences are specific. Atenism had no ethical code. There were no commandments. There was no concept of sin, no action a person could take that offended the Aten. There was no covenant between the God and the people. There was no scripture beyond a single hymn. There was no personal relationship with the divine. You could not pray to the Aten directly. And the afterlife, as the Egyptians had known it for 3,000 years, had been dismantled and replaced with the king's intercession. What remains when you remove those elements is a religion that shares monotheism's exclusivity and scope, and almost none of its ethical content. A God of light without a moral framework. A universal creator with no interest in how people behave. The label matters less than the facts. Scholars will continue to disagree about what to call Atenism. What they agree on is what it did. It imposed exclusive worship of a single formless God, suppressed all alternatives, and funneled every human relationship with the divine through one man. Whether that constitutes monotheism or something else depends on which part of the definition you weigh most heavily. The documentary does not need to resolve the question. The evidence is on the table. The audience can decide. Psalm 104 from the Hebrew Bible praises a creator who stretches out the heavens, waters the mountains, grows the trees, shelters the birds, and returns the world to darkness when the day is done. The lions roar for their prey and seek their food from God. The earth is full of the works of the Lord. The great hymn to the Aten praises a creator who fills the rivers, grows the grain, shelters the birds, makes each nation different, and returns the world to danger when the sun sets. The lions emerge from their dens. The earth is alive with the works of the Aten. In 1933, the Egyptologist James Henry Breasted placed the two texts side by side and argued for a direct connection. The parallels are real. Both texts describe a single universal creator responsible for all life. Both follow a day-night cycle. Light brings safety and abundance. Darkness brings danger and stillness. Both describe the Creator providing water to all creatures and sustaining plant and animal life across the earth. Both are hymns of praise with no ethical demands within the text itself. The question is whether the similarity reflects influence or coincidence. Breasted believed in direct influence, that the great hymn, or the tradition it represented, reached the Israelites and shaped their own praise literature. Miriam Lichtheim, in her anthology of Egyptian literature, acknowledged the echoes, but argued that both texts draw from a shared Near Eastern tradition of solar hymns. The parallels, in her view, are generic. Any hymn praising a universal creator would cover similar ground. Others have argued there is no connection at all. Two cultures, 1,500 kilometers and several centuries apart, independently composed praise for the sun. Each position has evidence. None has proof. The gap between the texts is the central obstacle. The great hymn was composed around 1340 BC. Psalm 104 dates, by most scholarly estimates, to somewhere between the 10th and 6th centuries BC, a minimum separation of 300 years. No intermediary text has been found. No document from the intervening period shows the great hymn being copied, transmitted, or adapted. If the hymn influenced the psalm, the mechanism is missing. There is one more difference worth noting. Psalm 104 exists inside a tradition, the Hebrew Psalter, part of a scripture that includes commandments, covenant, and law. The great hymn exists alone. It is the only extended text of Etanism. Psalm 104 is a single thread in a vast fabric. The great hymn is the entire fabric, and there is nothing else on the loom. Whether the thread was borrowed from Egypt or woven independently is a question the evidence cannot currently answer. What it can establish is simpler. 33 centuries ago, a king in the Nile Valley composed a hymn to the sun that praised a universal creator in terms that would not sound foreign in a synagogue, a church, or a mosque. That the words survived at all is remarkable. That they echo in a later scripture is, at minimum, interesting. 4 years. That is roughly how long it took to build a capital city from nothing. The site Akhenaten had chosen, the empty stretch of East Bank Desert where he carved his boundary stelae, became Akhetaten, 13 kilometers of urban infrastructure running north-south along the Nile. At its peak, somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 people lived there. It had temples, palaces, residential districts, workshops, administrative buildings, military barracks, and a road system planned from scratch. Every structure rose on land where, a decade earlier, there had been sand and rock and silence. The Great Aten Temple was the centerpiece, and it was unlike any temple Egypt had produced in 3,000 years. Traditional Egyptian temples were designed as journeys inward. You entered through a sunlit courtyard, moved through a hypostyle hall where the ceiling dropped and the columns thickened, and eventually reached the inner sanctum, a small, dark room accessible only to the high priest. The deeper you went, the darker it got. The holiest space was the most hidden. Akhenaten reversed the entire sequence. The Greater Ten Temple was approximately 730 meters long, nearly 3/4 of a kilometer of open ground. The offering area consisted of hundreds of mud brick tables, arranged in open courtyards under direct sunlight. The priests, and by this point the only functioning priest was the king, made their offerings exposed to the sky. The god was overhead. The ceiling was the atmosphere. There was nothing to enter, nothing to unveil, nothing hidden. The temple's architecture was the theology written in stone. The Aten was visible, and it demanded no intermediary except the man who walked among the offering tables. The smaller Aten temple stood nearby, a more intimate royal chapel, serving the same open-air principle on a smaller scale. West of the temples, Great Royal Palace occupied a large compound on the opposite side of the Royal Road, the city's central north-south artery, straight and wide, for processions. The palace had painted floors, columned halls, and a window of appearances where the king stood to distribute gold collars and rewards to loyal officials, while the population watched from below. Directly across the road stood the king's house, the administrative center. The two buildings, palace and house, were connected by an elevated bridge spanning the royal road. The bridge itself contained a window of appearances. The king could cross from his residence to his ceremonial palace overhead, visible to everyone moving along the road beneath. The bridge made the connection between administrative and religious authority literal. You could stand on the royal road and watch the pharaoh walk above you. The city extended in both directions. To the North Palace, a large walled compound decorated with vivid painted scenes of marshland birds and plants, may have served as a residence for a queen or princess. To the south, the Maru Aten held pools, gardens, and painted pavilions. Its inscriptions originally named Kia, Akhenaten's secondary wife. Later, her name was erased and replaced with Meritaten's, the eldest daughter stepping into a role that had been vacated. Between these edges, the residential districts filled in the middle ground, houses for officials, estates for the elite, workshops for artisans, and, further out, walled off from the rest, a settlement where the workers who built all of it lived. Their story belongs to a later chapter. For now, the city is the one Akhenaten intended the world to see, a statement in stone and sunlight that a single visible god was enough, and that everything else, the dark sanctuaries, the hidden statues, the secret rituals, was no longer necessary. For 3,000 years, Egyptian kings had been depicted the same way. Broad shoulders, muscled arms, 1 foot forward, idealized proportions, symmetrical features arranged in a face of divine composure. The pharaoh as he should be, permanent, powerful, perfect. The pharaoh as he actually looked was irrelevant. The portraits from Karnak, the ones the audience has already seen, were only the beginning. The earlier Mana style was extreme, proportions that were neither conventionally male nor female, forms designed to provoke. Most scholars now read these images as a theological program, the king as both mother and father, the creator who encompassed all physical forms in a single body. But around year 8, the style shifted. The extreme elongation retreated. The proportions moved closer to traditional Egyptian norms, though the faces remained more individualized than anything in prior royal art. The bodies became less strange. The intimacy did not. That intimacy was the second revolution. Egyptian pharaohs had never been shown in domestic scenes. They strode, they smoked, they made offerings. They appeared in formal poses designed to project divine authority. What they did not do, ever, in 3,000 years of royal art, was kiss their wives, hold their daughters on their laps, or sit side by side in a chariot with the queen while children climbed over them. Akhenaten's art showed all of it. Royal stelae depicted the couple kissing on the lips. Tomb reliefs showed them playing with their daughters under the rays of the Aten. One scene showed them together over the body of their dead daughter, Meketaten, breathing in public art as parents. This had never been seen before. It would never be seen again in Egyptian art after the Amarna period ended. The artist behind the most famous of these images was a sculptor named Thutmose. His workshop, excavated in 1912 by Ludwig Borchardt, was a house in the southern of Amarna. Inside were portrait busts in various stages of completion, rough forms, plaster casts, half-finished faces. Among them was a single painted limestone bust, approximately 47 centimeters tall, wearing a flat-topped blue crown with a painted headband. The face was Nefertiti's. The surface was polychrome, skin a warm yellow brown, lips darkened, brows defined, the crown a vivid Egyptian blue. The right eye was inlaid with rock crystal and a wax pupil. The left eye was empty. The socket was carved, the space prepared, the iris never placed. Whether this was a deliberate artistic choice, an accident of the workshop's abandonment, or a sign that the bust was the sculptor's model, a model booster used as a reference, never intended for display, is still debated. What is certain is that the bust of Nefertiti is now the most recognized single artifact from ancient Egypt. It sits in the Neues Museum in Berlin, where it has been since Borchardt brought it out of the desert in a crate. The face of the queen who helped build this city became the face the world remembers it by. The depictions raised an obvious question. Did Akhenaten actually look like that? If the art was a portrait, then the king had a profoundly unusual body. Over the past century, several medical conditions have been proposed. Marfan syndrome was among the first suggestions. It is a connective tissue disorder that produces elongated limbs and facial features, and it is consistent with parts of the artistic record. It does not cause infertility, which makes it compatible with Akhenaten's 6 known daughters. It also cannot be diagnosed from art alone, and has never been confirmed through genetic testing of any mummy linked to the king. Froelich syndrome, an endocrine disorder that produces obesity and underdeveloped reproductive organs, was proposed early and dismissed early. It causes infertility. Akhenaten fathered at least 6 children with Nefertiti, and possibly more with Kia. The diagnosis is incompatible with his reproductive record. Klinefelter syndrome, a chromosomal condition that can produce wide hips and breast development, was dismissed on the same grounds. A man with multiple confirmed children is an unlikely candidate for a condition defined in part by reduced fertility. The most detailed medical model came from Erwin Braverman, a dermatologist at Yale, who proposed in 2009 two conditions simultaneously: craniosynostosis, premature fusion of the skull bones, producing an elongated head, combined with aromatase excess syndrome, which causes overproduction of estrogen and can result in wide hips, breast tissue, and feminized body proportions. The combination would explain the full range of features visible in the early art: the long skull, the soft torso, the wide thighs, the narrow shoulders. It is the most complete attempt to match a medical diagnosis to the artistic evidence. It also rests on the same assumption as every other theory, that the art is telling the truth about the body. CT scans of the mummy most likely identified as Akhenaten, the body from tomb K555 in the Valley of the Kings, confirmed as Tutankhamun's father by a 2010 DNA study, show a skull within normal parameters. No elongation, no cranial deformation, no skeletal evidence of Marfan syndrome or any connective tissue disorder. The physical remains, to the extent that they can be examined, do not match the art. The dominant view among Egyptologists is that the art was never a portrait. The early Amarna style was a theological program designed to present the king as something beyond male or female, a body that argued rather than described. The colossal statues were a statement about what the king represented, not a record of what the king looked like. The art was radical. The man behind it may have been entirely ordinary. Every theory that tries to diagnose him from his statues begins by assuming the statues are honest. Most scholars now believe the statues were making an argument, and arguments are not obliged to be accurate. There was another wife. Her title, roughly translated, was the favorite. Kia appears in the Amana record as a secondary queen, less prominent than Nefertiti, but prominent enough to have her own sunshade temple and to be named in the inscriptions at the Maru Aten, the pleasure complex in the city's south. Some scholars have identified her as Tadukipa, the Mitanni princess sent to Egypt as a diplomatic bride for Amenhotep III, who may have been inherited by his son. The identification is speculative. What is certain is that Kia held a title given to no other woman in the Egyptian record, and that for at least several years, she was visible enough in official art and architecture to indicate that she mattered. After approximately year 11 or 12, she stopped mattering. Her name was chiseled from the Maru Aten and replaced with Meritaten's, Akhenaten's eldest daughter. Her images were altered or removed. Her cartouches were overwritten. The same machinery that had erased Amun from the walls of Karnak was turned inward, applied to a woman inside the royal family. Whatever happened to Kia, whether she died, fell from favor, or was deliberately removed, the record of her existence was treated the same way Akhenaten had treated the names of the old gods, as something that needed to disappear. She left one physical trace that survived, though it was not found where she was expected. In 2 KV55, in the Valley of the Kings, archaeologists discovered a gilded wooden coffin that had originally been made for a woman. The inscriptions and iconography marked it as a queen's burial. The gold face masks had been ripped away. The cartouches had been altered. Inside was the body of a man, most likely Akhenaten himself, though the identification remains debated. Canopic jars found nearby also bore Kia's partially erased inscriptions. A woman's burial goods, repurposed for a man's body, in a tomb that someone had deliberately damaged before sealing. For years, scholars assumed Kia was the mother of Tutankhamun. A 2010 DNA study ended that hypothesis. Tutankhamun's mother was identified as the mummy known as the KV35 younger lady, genetically Akhenaten's full sister. Kia was neither the mother of the boy king, nor, as far as the evidence shows, the mother of any surviving heir. The succession was now in a position that the sole intermediary doctrine could not survive. The system he had built required exactly one thing to continue: a male heir who could stand between the Aten and the people, the way Akhenaten stood. Daughters could hold power, and at least one would, but the theological architecture demanded a son. The man who had redesigned an entire civilization around himself had produced no one to inherit it. By the time the last subchapter of this city's story is told, the building is finished, the art is on the walls, the theology is carved in stone, and the founder has no successor. Everything that follows, the deaths, the reversals, the erasure, flows from this single structural fact. The system had one point of failure, and the failure was already in motion. Further out from the city, past the residential estates and the artisan workshops, walled off from the main settlement, there was a compound. It sat in the desert margin, roughly a kilometer east of the districts where the officials and elites lived. 72 houses, mud brick, arranged on a grid. Each house was approximately the same size. Each had the same layout. There were no estates here, no gardens, no painted floors. The compound was enclosed by a wall, and the only entrance was controlled. There was no well. Water had to be carried in from the main city every day, a kilometer across open desert every morning before the work began. These were the people who built Akataki, the temples, the palaces, the royal road, the offering tables, every structure the audience has just seen. They lived in standardized housing behind a wall in the desert, and drank water someone else carried to them. The work itself was measured in stone. The Talatat blocks went up fast. The city was 13 kilometers long and was substantially built in 4 years. Every temple column, every palace wall, every offering table in the great Aten temple's 700-meter expanse was assembled from these blocks, and someone had to move every one of them by hand. The pace was relentless. Akhetaten was not a monument built over generations, the way Karnak had grown across centuries. It was an entire capital city, erected from the desert floor within a single reign's early years. That speed required labor at a scale and intensity that the standardized housing and walled compounds suggest was not voluntary. The workers built paradise. They did not live in it. Some scholars have noted that walled workers' villages were not unique to Amarna. Deir el-Medina, the artisan settlement at Thebes where the Valley of the King's tombs were carved, was also enclosed. The comparison is fair, but the scale is different. Deir el-Medina housed a specialized workforce building tombs over centuries. Amarna's workers' village housed a labor force that built an entire city from nothing in under 5 years. The volume of work per person, per year, was not comparable. What the work did to their bodies is visible in the ground where they were buried. The bones are the next chapter. The cemetery was in the desert east of the city, not far from the workers' village. Over the past 2 decades, archaeologists from the Amarna project, led by Barry Kemp, and with bioarchaeological analysis by Gretchen Dabbs, Jerome Rose, and Anna Stevens, have excavated hundreds of burials from the South Tomb Cemetery. Most of the dead were non-elite. Many were young. What their skeletons showed was consistent, and it was severe. 75% of adults had osteoarthritis in their limbs or spine. 67% had at least one healed or healing fracture. Vertebrae showed compression and Schmall's nose, damage consistent with repeated heavy lifting, the kind caused by carrying loads on the back or head day after day. The pattern was not random. It tracked the kind of work the city demanded: continuous, load-bearing, physical. Children as young as 7 showed degenerative joint disease, conditions found in their spines and major joints that are not normally seen until adulthood. The implication is direct. These children were performing heavy labor at an age when their skeletons were still forming. The work did not wait for them to grow. The teeth told a parallel story. Linear enamel hypoplasia, grooves in the tooth enamel, indicated repeated periods of nutritional stress during childhood. Markers of scurvy appeared in the bones, evidence of chronic vitamin C deficiency. Rickets, caused by inadequate vitamin D, appeared in a population that lived under the Egyptian sun, suggesting either severe dietary deficiency or prolonged indoor confinement during formative years. Folic acid deficiency was present. 23% of adult skulls showed cribra orbitalia, porosity of the orbital, a sign of chronic anemia from iron deficiency or parasitic infection. 45% of subadults, children and adolescents, showed skeletal stress markers of one kind or another. Their diet, reconstructed through dental wear and isotopic analysis, was bread and beer. Emma wheat bread, often gritty enough to grind down the teeth over a lifetime. Barley beer, limited animal protein, the staples of Egyptian subsistence without the supplements that came with higher status. In the elite tombs at Amarna, a few hundred meters from where these bodies were buried, the painted walls show a different world. Officials receiving gold collars from the king, banqueting tables heavy with food, processions, celebrations, abundance. These are the images that survived in the decorated tombs, the official version of life at Akhetaten, the one designed to last. The bones beneath the sand tell a different story. 75% arthritis, 67% fractures, children with old men's spines, teeth worn flat by gritty bread, skulls pitted by anemia. This was the city that the hymns praised and the temples celebrated. This was what it cost to build it. It happened inside the city, inside the very compound where the workers lived, in the same settlement where the wall controlled access and the water was carried in and the Talatat blocks were lifted and set. In that place, archaeologists found figurines of the old gods, Bes, Tauret, the same household gods Akhenaten had banned, tucked into the corners of houses built to serve the Aten. The gods of the bedroom and the birthing stool, kept close because a pregnant woman believed they would keep her child alive. The Aten offered no such protection. The Aten did not enter the house. The Aten did not care whether your child survived the night. Alongside the figurines, archaeologists recovered amulets depicting traditional deities, small enough to wear, small enough to hide. And in the workers' village itself, they found something more direct. Votive stelae carved with ears of Amun. The practice was standard across Egypt. You carved ears onto a stone to ensure the god could hear your prayers. These stelae were dedicated to the specific god whose name had been chiseled off every temple wall, every obelisk, every private tomb across the country. The workers who were building the Aten city were praying to the god the Aten was supposed to have replaced. A small chapel found in or near the workers' compound contained traditional religious imagery, objects and scenes associated with the old cult practices present inside the controlled settlement. State religion and lived religion were two different things. Akhenaten had changed the official apparatus, the temples, the priesthood, the hymns, the names on the walls. He had dispatched agents to erase Amun from every surface they could reach. He had replaced the Book of the Dead with hymns to the Aten. He had positioned himself as the sole route to the divine and built an entire city to prove it. None of it reached the household. None of it entered the birthing room. None of it replaced the figurine a woman held against her belly in the dark. The revolution controlled the state. It never controlled the people. When, a generation later, the old cults were formally restored, the restoration was not a resurrection. The gods had never died. They had been pushed from official view, removed from temple walls and royal decrees. In the houses, in the private spaces, in the small acts of devotion that no agent could monitor and no decree could reach, Amun had never left. Tutankhamun's restoration. Stella described a land where the temples had fallen into neglect and the gods had turned away. The Stella was describing the state. The people had never turned away from anything. In 1887, a woman digging in the ruins near Amana found clay tablets. They were small, covered in wedge-shaped script, and initially dismissed. By the time scholars recognized what they were, some had already been damaged or lost. What survived, 382 tablets, written almost entirely in Akkadian cuneiform, the diplomatic language of the late Bronze Age, turned out to be the oldest known archive of international correspondence. The tablets contained two kinds of letters. The first were exchanges between equals, the kings of Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, Mitanni, and Hatti, writing to each other as brother, negotiating marriages, exchanging gifts, and occasionally complaining about protocol. This was diplomacy between the five great powers of the 14th century BC, careful, formal, and transactional. The second kind were the vassal letters. These came from the rulers of city-states across Canaan and the Levant, men who owed their positions to Egypt and depended on Egyptian military support to keep them. These letters, Rib Hadad, the ruler of Byblos, wrote approximately 60 of them.
And yes, on the track, that is where things started. And that is where the devil was able to happen. That is where the intent was how to happen. That is where the death started. The garden of Eden. The attempt, the devil attempt, the faith. Okay. Yes, that was where everything started. Yes, I have Christ. Another day, yes, another day. Yo, hey, no, you have this, all of this, or how are you? So you have all of this talent, all this thing, and on your life. So you have all of this talent, the way I have to write, and I want more. By the time you come back from work, and by the time you come back from work, you are being actually 10,000 subscribers. So, hey, look for the money, Papa. Look for the money.
Yes, guys, subscribe. Pastor, you have all mine. You have all mine. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I checked. I keep checking. Let me check if Mary has the Robs. Let me see if she has the Robs. Let's do a check. 52 likes. You guys are amazing. Mary, do you have this one? Yeah, she has all of them. That was the newest one, but she didn't have them. Oh, the newest one. Let's go. Dang, I didn't put it all on. Chat. I thought it was real fishy saying, hey, I thought it was real fishy saying, hey, I forgot to put all the paint on. Retro Gaming! Welcome in, Retro Gaming. Nice to see you, man. Nice to see you. Welcome. That's how it goes here. People do have a life. I don't expect everybody to be here. For sure.
As my Lord, no matter what of my current browser. Okay, right was like Formosa. Yes, like was like fire. Like was like fire. And then you start down like people what you start down like and something how that's not to buy. Oh wow, and satisfied by what hey, that is occupied. That is occupied client. Oh, Jesus, okay, I decided to bring all of this, all of this things. Like, zero super chat. But my
Oh, Chuck, thank you very much. I appreciate the body like. Yeah, amazing. God bless you.
Tap and subscribe. Let me get this occupied. Got you. Occupied. Down like that. Thanks for the support. $80 for occupied. Thank you.
I am just a person. I go to yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, is that you? Oh, you don't have to be just. You don't have to be just. Oh, doesn't have to be just. This is talking now. This is talking right. No, what doesn't have to be just? That's my lawyer. That's my lawyer. That's my lawyer. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I will not be now. I will not be now.
100 subs, 1K! 1K for Iron Josh. Congratulations, buddy. I'm happy to see you at 1K this morning. Let's go. My God, thank you for being here. Wow. Metro Game. Big congratulations. Brittany like that from Anna. Anna, I got it on my computer. I'm on my TV. I still didn't take you off. Yeah, I had a lot more this morning, but I had to take it and I needed the phone for them. 76 likes that I got to occupy on the one. I already have a flower. It's okay. I have occupied here. I don't want to get out of this. I don't want to get out of here. I want to stay there. Oh my God! 1,000 Nigerian naira from Kalashi. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. God bless you. Oh my God. That is nice. That is very nice. Let me check. I've never checked your job. I think I have. Yeah, I have. Chuck from Fighting Tuna. Fighting Tuna, welcome in, Fighting Tuna. Got to feel it go back to Oxford, actually. I went to go check that channel. It's on. God bless you, Team Chuck. You're amazing. Retro gaming. Hey guys, are we going to the hard lives this morning or what? Yesterday I was so tired. I could not keep going. Like I was at 90 likes and I was like, a zombie. And then you can nap. You know, Uncle Fly, I know Uncle Fly is probably going to get it a little bit before you, but we're all going to team up on your lunch. You got the good people, you got Nate, Maria, you got all the good ones. Real fishy. We're all in this together, man. We're not. Metro Gaming is like that. Hi everyone, alive from Fighting Tuna. Guys, don't forget Fighting Tuna. She's really hyping for her subs. So if you guys can add her one, it would be great. 227. If you guys can add Tuna one, it would be great. Occupy, you can bring your account here. Bring your account here, it's okay. Donna, good to see you, welcome in. Even if we get her one sub. So she gets the 3. Great. It would be awesome. I don't know if you go to your channel, I think you do. And Occupy, bring your channel here. It's okay if you're live streaming, you just switch. Put your account on, put it down. I don't know.
That one I so I think it's Bible. I have to yes, and say, wow, I never hold Ghana. Yes, for Ghana. And then wow. And also, the concept that I want, Maria, give some confidence because this is Maria. And thank you so much. I have to thank you. Oh, yeah. I just want to thank you for so much.
Hey guys, go to this. Go to the dead tree list. Go to the dead and get started done. He's live. Thank you guys. Everyone likes. You guys are amazing. I'm gonna go to 100 likes today. Yeah, 100 likes today. Thank you. Oh my god, I keep my damn with the letter super chat. I keep my you're amazing, man. Thank you. You know how to help this channel. I don't mind helping you. Nice laptop, man. I wonder where I got that laptop. He's trying to get in editing. Thank you for the 2 subs. So you got the 2 subs? Really? Oh my God, God bless you. Thank you for 3 subs. You don't want to support you, I'll support you. I'll support you, I got you. I have to turn everything on now. I don't care. Fucking hell, it rains and my shoes wet. Ah. One more time. He's asking for help for the podcast. Especially when he's live streaming. I got you. I got you. How many people you have now in your place? You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You should have 5. 5. I'm getting ready to go. I'm getting ready to go. I'm still gonna go until I get 100 likes. And I get 100 likes, game over. Game over. But I'm still gonna, it's still worth it to hang around for 4 likes. Yeah, man. Maybe I should eat before I go. Maybe I'll get my food. That's another one from Occupy. Empty, another one from Occupy. Thank you. Yeah, my friend, have a wonderful day. God bless you all. God bless you all, Mom. God bless you. Lucy, I see you. Hey, my friend, I miss you. Certainly, my president. My president. I see you. I see you. I see you. Yeah, yes, support each other, guys. Support each other. Oh, don't spam me here yet. Can't be spamming. Support, yes, but, you know, we all support each other. We already know. This channel is all about support. I have to channel if I like you, my life, I give him 4 likes. Yeah, he's a beast, man. You know, we gotta help him. You know, some few people that has a few channels. He's got 8. 5 from me. 5 on mine, and 3 of yours, he said. That's 8. So it's me and you there. Yeah, man, you support me the way he does, I will do the same thing. I will do things for the support, everyone. No problem, man. You got off at the right time because I was about to leave from Ottawa, and I'm not going to be back for like 2 or 3 hours, 3 hours at least. So,
More urgent than the last. In his early letters, he reported that Abdi Ashurta, the ruler of the neighboring kingdom of Amurru, was expanding and threatening Byblos' territory. He asked for troops, he asked for archers, he asked for anything. As the months passed and no help arrived, his tone shifted from diplomatic request to open desperation. His allies were defecting to Amurru. His own citizens were turning against him. He was losing cities one by one. When Abdi Ashurta was killed, his son Aziru continued the campaign. Rib Hadda continued writing. The archive records his progressive isolation, territory shrinking, allies gone, the Egyptian garrison absent. Eventually, Rib Hadda was overthrown. His final letters go unanswered in the archive. What happened to him afterward is unknown. He was not the only one writing. Letters from other vassal rulers across the Levant describe similar pressures, threats from neighbors, requests for military support, accusations against rival city-states, appeals to the pharaoh's authority. The archive captures a network of small states under stress, each looking to Egypt for protection and, by the evidence preserved in the tablets, receiving very little in return. The standard reading of the Amarna letters is straightforward. Akhenaten, absorbed by his religious revolution, building his new city, rewriting Egypt's theology, simply did not engage with the diplomatic and military demands of his empire. The letters arrived. The responses, if they were sent, did not produce results visible in the record. Byblos fell. Amurru defected to the Hittites. The kingdom of Mitanni, Egypt's key northern ally, was conquered by the Hittite king Suppiluliuma I. Whether Akhenaten noticed or cared is unknowable. What the letters document is what the vassals experienced: silence. That is the standard reading. It is not the only one. The vassal letters are not neutral documents. The men who wrote them operated within a system where exaggeration was a strategy, not a failure. A ruler who described his city as on the verge of collapse was more likely to receive Egyptian troops, grain, or diplomatic support than one who reported that things were stable. The language of crisis was structural. It was how the system extracted resources from the center. Every vassal had an incentive to sound as desperate as possible, and many of them did. This matters because the same archive contains letters from the reign of Amenhotep III, Akhenaten's father, the king who presided over what most scholars consider the zenith of Egyptian imperial power. The vassal correspondence from his reign contains similar complaints, threats from neighbors, pleas for military support, accusations of abandonment. If these letters existed under a pharaoh who was demonstrably in control of his empire, then the same language under Akhenaten cannot, by itself, prove that the empire was collapsing. The tone was a feature of the correspondence, not a diagnosis of the state. The Hittite expansion is harder to dismiss. Suppiluliuma I did conquer Mitanni. Egypt did lose its primary northern buffer state. Power balance of the late Bronze Age did shift permanently. These are not matters of interpretation, they happened. The question is whether a different pharaoh could have prevented them. Mitanni's collapse was driven by internal dynastic conflicts and by the Hittite military's superior organization. Egypt had diplomatic ties to Mitanni, including royal marriages, and the fall of the kingdom was a blow to Egyptian interests across the Levant. Whether Egyptian military intervention would have saved Mitanni or merely delayed its fall is debated. What is clear is that political shift the work of one disengaged pharaoh. It was a structural realignment of power across the entire Near East, driven by Hittite ambition and Mitanni weakness. The honest conclusion is that the Amarna letters do not settle the question. They document vassal anxiety, and vassal anxiety was chronic and performative under every reign. They coincide with a genuine geopolitical crisis, the rise of the Hittites, that may or may not have been worsened by Egyptian inaction. Akhenaten may have been negligent. He may also have been facing a situation that no amount of engagement could have resolved. The archive preserves the complaints. It does not preserve the replies, the policy discussions, or the strategic calculations that may have occurred at the Egyptian court. What it does preserve is a record of a world in which the old certainties, Egypt's dominance, its vassals' loyalty, its alliances' permanence, were being tested. Whether Akhenaten was the cause of that test, or merely its bystander, is a question the tablets raise and do not answer. After a pharaoh died, an Egyptian queen wrote to the Hittite king, Suppiluliuma I. The letter, preserved in Hittite annals, reads, "My husband has died. I have no son. They say about you that you have many sons. You might give me one of your sons, and he might become my husband. I would not want to take one of my subjects as a husband. I am afraid." No Egyptian queen had ever written such a letter. Egypt sent princesses abroad in diplomatic marriages and received foreign brides. The reverse, inviting a foreign prince to become pharaoh, was without precedent in 3,000 years of royal protocol. The fact that a queen wrote it at all was evidence that whoever controlled the Egyptian court at that moment was desperate enough to break every convention the institution ever maintained. Suppiluliuma did not believe it. He reportedly said that nothing like this had ever happened in his lifetime. He sent an envoy to Egypt to investigate, to confirm that the offer was genuine and that the queen had the authority to make it. The investigation apparently satisfied him. He agreed. He sent his son, Prince Zananza. Zananza was killed on the way. He died crossing the border into Egypt, or shortly after. The Hittite sources blame the Egyptian court. Who ordered the killing is unknown. Theories have pointed to the military commander Horemheb, to the courtier Ai, to elements of the palace establishment who saw a Hittite pharaoh as an existential threat to their positions. Whatever the motive, the consequences were immediate. The Hittites launched military campaigns against Egyptian territories in the Levant. The prisoners captured during those campaigns would later be blamed for the plague that devastated the Hittite Empire for 20 years. The queen's identity is debated. In the Hittite text, the dead pharaoh is called Nib-hul-Uriya, Most scholars read this as a rendering of Neb-Keperura, the prenomen of Tutankhamun. If so, the queen was Ankhesenamun, Tutankhamun's widow, and Akhenaten's third daughter. A smaller number of scholars have argued that the name could correspond to Nefertiti's prenomen as Pharaoh, placing the letter after Akhenaten's death rather than Tutankhamun's. The question is unresolved. What is beyond dispute is the letter itself. A queen of Egypt, writing to a foreign enemy, asking for a prince because she had no son, no heir. No alternative she was willing to accept. The system had reached the point where its own queens saw a Hittite marriage as preferable to whatever awaited her at home. That is what the Amarna period produced. After year 12, the record thins. The early years of Akhenaten's reign produced inscriptions, building projects, diplomatic correspondence, dated events, a dense, traceable archive. The final 5 years produce far less. What survives is fragmentary, often undated, and open to competing interpretations. The reign that generated one of the most detailed records of any Egyptian pharaoh goes quiet in its final act. The deaths had already begun, the cluster of royal losses documented in the bones and the tombs. What followed was a court losing members without replacing them. Kia had been erased, daughters had disappeared, Queen Tia was likely dead, and Nefertiti, the most visible queen in Egyptian history, became harder to trace. She did not vanish entirely. A graffito from the Aswan quarries, dated to year 16, names her with her full title, Great Royal Wife. 1 year before Akhenaten's death, she was alive and still held the highest queenly rank in Egypt. Whatever happened to her after year 12 was not a fall from power. It was something else, something the surviving record does not explain. During these same years, a figure named Smenkhkare appears. His origins are unclear. The current leading theory, advanced by Aidan Dodson of the University of Bristol, identifies him as a separate male individual, possibly Akhenaten's brother or half-brother, who served briefly as co-regent. Earlier scholars suggested he was Nefertiti under a different name, but this is now a minority position. Smenkhkare's reign, if it can be called that, was brief. He appears, and then the record moves on. Akhenaten died around year 17. There is no evidence of murder. No text describes his death. No intact burial has been confidently identified. The royal tomb at Amarna was prepared for him, but it was disturbed in antiquity, and the remains found in the Valley of the King's tomb, K555, are now thought by most scholars to be his, based on the genetic evidence discussed earlier. The circumstances of his burial remain confused. What is clear is what he left behind. No designated heir, no succession plan, no mechanism for transferring power. He had spent 17 years rebuilding Egypt's theology, relocating its capital, reorganizing its priesthood, and positioning himself as the sole link between humanity and the divine. He had not prepared for the possibility that he would die. The revolution had no second act. It had only its architect, and now he was gone. Someone ruled after Akhenaten. The evidence is clear on this. A pharaoh named Neferneferuaten held the throne for approximately 2 years between Akhenaten's death and the accession of the boy who would become Tutankhamun. The prenomen, the throne name, was Ankhesenamun, and it carried a feminine grammatical marker. The ruler was female. The leading current theory identifies her as Nefertiti. The case is built on converging evidence. At Amarna, Nefertiti had been progressively elevated beyond the traditional role of a queen. She had been depicted in pharaonic crowns and performing acts reserved for the king, the smiting scenes and solo offerings the audience saw earlier. By the later years of the reign, her public role was closer to co-regent than consort. The year 16 inscription confirmed she was still alive and titled as Great Royal Wife. 1 year later, Akhenaten was dead. The throne name Neferneferuaten appears in the record immediately after, with a feminine marker and the epithet effective for her husband. If the name belongs to Nefertiti, then the woman who had been elevated to near pharaonic status during Akhenaten's life assumed the throne after his death. The transition was not a rupture, it was a continuation. There is evidence that during this brief reign, elements of the old religion began to be restored. Texts and graffiti from the period contain references to Amun, references that would have been unthinkable under Akhenaten's full Atenist orthodoxy. If Nefertiti was Neferneferuaten, then the person closest to Akhenaten, the woman who stood beside him in every temple scene, who worshipped the Aten at his side for 17 years, was the first to begin reversing his revolution. The evidence is suggestive, it is not conclusive. The identification of Neferneferuaten with Nefertiti is the leading position among current scholars, but it remains a theory supported by circumstantial evidence, converging indicators, rather than a definitive inscription. What can be said is that a female pharaoh ruled Egypt after Akhenaten, that she began restoring what he had dismantled, and that her reign lasted only long enough to start the process before a child inherited the throne. If the theory is correct, then the woman whose painted limestone bust is the most recognized artifact in Egyptology was also one of ancient Egypt's female pharaohs. The bust was made during her husband's reign. The crown was worn after it. The child who inherited the throne was born Tutankhaten, the living image of Aten. He was approximately 8 to 10 years old when he became pharaoh. One of his first official acts was to change his name. Tutankhaten became Tutankhamun, the living image of Amun. The name change was a declaration. The Aten was being set aside. Amun was returning. Genetic testing confirmed what scholars had long suspected about his parentage. His father was Akhenaten. His mother was Akhenaten's full sister, a daughter of the same mother and father. Tutankhamun was the product of a brother-sister union, and the physical consequences were written across his skeleton. CT scanning revealed a severe clubfoot in his left leg, talipes equinovarus, which would have made walking painful and unassisted movement difficult. Over 100 walking sticks were found in his tomb. He also suffered from Kola disease, a condition in which bone tissue in the foot dies due to interrupted blood supply. DNA testing identified Plasmodium falciparum, the deadliest strain of malaria, in his remains, with evidence of multiple infections over time. This was a young man who had been physically compromised from birth, carrying the accumulated damage of royal inbreeding into a role that demanded the appearance of divine authority. He was guided by two men, I, an elderly courtier who may have been Nefertiti's father, and Horemheb, the commander of the army. The policies enacted under Tutankhamun's name, including the restoration of the old gods, were almost certainly theirs. The restoration stela, erected at Karnak, described the state of Egypt when Tutankhamun came to the throne. The temples had fallen into neglect. Their shrines were desolate. Their compounds had become overgrown paths. The gods had turned their backs on the land. This was the official acknowledgement, drafted by the men who now controlled the state, that Akhenaten's revolution had damaged the religious infrastructure of Egypt so severely that it required a formal program of repair. Tutankhamun died at approximately 18 or 19 years of age. A severe fracture of his left femur, combined with his chronic malaria infections and pre-existing bone disease, may have contributed to his death. No evidence supports the earlier theory that he was murdered. His tomb, K562, discovered by Howard Carter in November 1922, was small by royal standards. It may have been intended for someone else and repurposed in haste. It contained approximately 5,000 objects. It was the only substantially intact royal burial ever found in Egypt. The boy who ruled for a decade left almost no mark on the political record. His fame is entirely the product of what was sealed inside a chamber in the Valley of the Kings and opened 33 centuries later. Tutankhamun died without an heir. I, who had guided the boy king through his reign, claimed the succession the way Egyptian protocol allowed. He performed the opening of the mouth ceremony at Tutankhamun's funeral, the ritual act of the heir, administered to the body of the dead king. The ceremony made the claim. The throne passed to an elderly courtier in his 70s, possibly the father of Nefertiti, who had spent decades as the most powerful official below the pharaoh and now became the pharaoh himself. He reigned for approximately 4 years. He left little mark and was himself subsequently erased. Horemheb succeeded him. He was not a member of the royal family. He had no blood claim to the throne, no lineage traceable to any pharaoh. He was the commander of the army, the most powerful military figure in Egypt, and he had spent the reigns of Tutankhamun and I accumulating influence and waiting. His legitimacy came from 2 sources: the backing of the Amun priesthood, which had been restored to power after Akhenaten's revolution, and a marriage to Mutnejmet, a woman believed by some scholars to be Nefertiti's sister. The connection was thin. The military authority behind it was not. Once in power, Horemheb did something that pharaohs had done before, but rarely with such thoroughness. He erased his predecessors. Targets were 5: Akhenaten, Smenkhkare, Neferuaten, Tutankhamun, and I. Their names were chiseled from temple walls and monument inscriptions. Their figures were hacked from reliefs. Their cartouches were recarved with Horemheb's name, or left blank. In the official king lists compiled at Abydos and Saqqara, the formal records of legitimate pharaohs maintained for religious and administrative purposes, the succession runs from Amenhotep III directly to Horemheb. 5 reigns, spanning approximately 17 years, were removed from the historical record. Horemheb formalized this with a dating decision. He calculated his years from the death of Amenhotep III. In official documents, the reigns of Akhenaten, Smenkhkare, Neferuaten, Tutankhamun, and I did not exist. They were absorbed into Horemheb's total. The Amarna period, the revolution, the city, the theology, the art, the diplomatic collapse, the deaths, was treated as administrative blank space. In later texts, Akhenaten is never named. He is called the rebel or the criminal of Akhetaten. To name him was to acknowledge him. At the beginning of this documentary, a mason was shown chiseling a name from a wall at Amarna. That name, and every name like it across Egypt's monuments, was removed on Horemheb's orders. The man who left no stone unturned was also the man who left almost no trace of those who came before him. For approximately 3,000 years, Amarna was exactly what Horemheb intended: forgotten. The name Akhetaten disappeared from official records. The city's mud brick walls eroded into the desert. The Talatat blocks were repurposed or buried. The man who built the city remained nameless in the historical record, referred to, when mentioned at all, only as the criminal. The rediscovery was slow. In 1824, John Gardner Wilkinson visited the site and made the first systematic records of the surviving inscriptions and boundary stelae, the large stone markers Akhenaten had erected at Amarna's borders, defining the city's limits. He correctly identified the ruins as the remains of an 18th dynasty capital. The decipherment of hieroglyphics was still new. The identity of the pharaoh who built Amarna was not yet certain. Flinders Petrie arrived in 1891 and conducted the first excavations, recovering pottery, sculptural fragments, and confirming the city's layout. His work was systematic but preliminary. The major finds were still underground or still unrecognized. Ludwig Borchart's expedition arrived in 1912. On the 6th of December of that year, his team found a painted limestone bust in the workshop of the sculptor Thutmose. The object was transported to Germany. How it was declared at the time, whether its significance was deliberately understated to Egyptian transport authorities, remains a live dispute. John Pendlebury conducted the most intensive pre-war excavations through the Egypt Exploration Society between 1930 and 1936. His field guide to the site remained a standard reference for decades. He was killed in May 1941 during the Battle of Crete, fighting with British forces, his work at Amarna unfinished. The tomb designated Kf 55, discovered in the Valley of the Kings in 1907, contained a damaged coffin and funerary equipment from the Amarna period. The excavation was poorly documented, objects were moved before proper recording, and the identity of the body has been contested ever since. The genetic evidence points to Akhenaten. The question is still technically open. What turned Akhenaten from an archaeological subject into a cultural figure was Howard Carter's discovery of Tutankhamun's intact tomb in November 1922. The global attention that followed, the largest media event in the history of archaeology at that point, drew scholars and public alike back to the Amarna period. Tutankhamun was Akhenaten's son. The Amarna period was suddenly the backstory of the most famous discovery in the history of Egyptology. The American historian James Henry Breasted had already, in 1912, called Akhenaten the first individual in history, the first person in the historical record to assert a singular personal vision against the weight of millennia of institutional tradition. The phrase stuck. The pharaoh Horemheb had erased from every king list, became the most studied ruler in Egyptian history. In 1939, Sigmund Freud published Moses and Monotheism. His argument was that Moses was not a Hebrew, but an Egyptian, an aristocrat or official who had been a follower of Akhenaten's Aten religion. When the revolution failed and Atenism was suppressed, Freud proposed Moses gathered a following among Hebrew slaves in Egypt and led them out of the country, carrying the Atenist theology with him in a new form. That theology, Freud argued, became the foundation of Israelite monotheism. Freud acknowledged the claim was speculative. He wrote the book in exile from Nazi Vienna at the age of 83. It was his last major work. The archaeological case against it is specific. There is no Egyptian record of a mass departure of slaves from Egypt at any point in the New Kingdom period. The geography and populations described in the Exodus narrative do not match the known Egyptian record. The Meneptah stele, dated to approximately 1208 BC, places a people called Israel already in Canaan, more than a century after Akhenaten's death. Most generous proposed dates for an historical exodus put it well after the period of Atenism. The genealogical connection Freud proposed, Akhenaten's theology directly producing Mosaic monotheism, has no supporting evidence and substantial chronological problems. What the German Egyptologist Jan Assmann did in Moses the Egyptian, 1997, was disengage the historical question from the intellectual one. Assmann was not arguing that Freud was right. He was asking a different question. What kind of idea appears for the first time with Akhenaten? His answer was the concept he called counter-religion. Most ancient religious systems were inclusive, different gods, different traditions, different peoples, all coexisting. Egyptian religion, Mesopotamian religion, Greek religion, all assumed that other gods existed elsewhere, and that religious traditions could be layered and combined. Atenism, under Akhenaten, was the first documented instance of a theology built on exclusion, a faith that defined itself by denying all others. Not, the Aten is one of many gods. The Aten is the only god. Everything else is false. That kind of claim, a religion that does not merely assert its own truth, but insists on the falseness of all competing truths, had consequences that ran far beyond ancient Egypt. Whether or not Akhenaten's theology genealogically produced anything in the Israelite tradition is a historical question that remains unsettled. What Assmann argued was that the appearance of counter-religion as a type of claim, with all the consequences that type of claim has had in world history, happened first in Egypt. The connection is not genealogical. It may not need to be. The painted limestone bust of Nefertiti has been in Berlin since 1913. Egypt has requested its return repeatedly, and without success. The standard German position is that the object is too fragile to travel and is correctly housed at the Neues Museum. The underlying dispute is older. At the 1912 Division of Fines, Ludwig Borchardt described the object to Egyptian authorities as a painted plaster bust of a princess, a characterization that significantly understated what his team had found. The Egyptian inspector present reportedly did not see the bust before the allocation was decided. Whether that constituted deliberate misrepresentation is contested. The bust remains in Berlin. In 2015, the archaeologist Nicholas Reeves published an analysis of high-resolution scans of Tutankhamun's tomb. He argued that linear features in the north wall indicated a sealed chamber. Possibly, he suggested, the original burial of Nefertiti, interred before her remains were moved. The theory was taken seriously by serious people. Ground-penetrating radar surveys followed. In 2018, a team from the Politecnico di Torino completed an independent survey and declared there were no hidden chambers. Their report used the phrase, conclusive evidence of non-existence, an unusually strong formulation for a negative result in archaeology. Reeves contested the findings. The mainstream view is that the chambers do not exist. The genetic identification of the KV-55 mummy as Akhenaten has not been independently replicated. The original samples are not publicly available for external analysis. The identification is accepted by most Egyptologists. It has not been confirmed by a second study. Akhenaten's physical remains are technically unconfirmed. In 1984, the composer Philip Glass premiered his opera Akhenaten in Stuttgart. It is sung in ancient Egyptian, Akkadian, and Hebrew. The final scene is performed in English, in the present tense, by an ensemble representing tourists visiting the ruins of Amarna. The man who banned all gods, except one, became the subject of a contemporary art form that draws simultaneously on Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and Israelite traditions, three of the cultures his theology tried to define itself against. Akhenaten has been dead for approximately 3,340 years. In that time, he has been erased by a general, rediscovered by archaeologists, theorized about by Freud, reframed by a German Egyptologist, and set to music by an American composer. The questions he generates about monotheism, power, art, identity, and the mechanics of erasure remain open. The figure who has generated those questions has not provided the answers. That may be the point. By every measure, they won. Amun came back. Osiris came back. The afterlife came back. The priests whose income Akhenaten had diverted were reinstated. The temples whose walls his masons had chiseled were restored. The gods he had banned were returned to their shrines and declared to have never truly left. The king lists were rewritten. The city was abandoned. The name was replaced with silence. They won. And the revolution lasted 17 years. So why does every Egyptologist know his name? The question is not rhetorical. It has a structural answer. Systems can suppress a challenge. What they cannot do is unask the question the challenge forced them to face. Horemheb could chisel every cartouche. He could not chisel the fact that a pharaoh had looked at 3,000 years of accumulated theology and said, "This is wrong." The statement was suppressed. The act of having made it was not. This is not unique to Akhenaten. Every institution that has existed long enough has encountered the figure who looked at its foundations and said, "This is wrong." The institution always wins in the end. It has the army, the king list, the priesthood, the money. the challenger is erased, demoted, exiled, or simply outlasted. The system continues. But the system does not continue unchanged. It continues with the memory, however suppressed, of the question it was forced to face. The question does not require a living challenger to remain active. It only requires that the answer given was insufficient. Horemheb's answer, erasure, was the most complete answer available to him. It was insufficient, not because it failed to remove the name. It did remove the name. It was insufficient because it did not resolve the question. 3,000 years later, Egyptologists are still working on the question. The name turned out to be the least important part. The final image from this period is not a king. When the Akhenaten Temple project dismantled sections of Horemheb's pylons at Karnak in the 1960s and 1970s, they found thousands of Talatat blocks still bearing their original painted decorations. Among the recovered images are the hands of figures in temple scenes, priests, offering bearers, the small human details that fill the margins of large ceremonial reliefs. These hands were painted by artisans working in Amarna in approximately 1345 BC. The artisans were not named. They are not in the king lists. They are not in Horemheb's Damnatio Memoriae, because they were never important enough to erase. Their work was sealed inside a pylon wall in 1330 BC. It was found intact in 1970. The paint was still there. Akhenaten built a city in 17 years. He imposed a theology that lasted as long as he did. He dismantled the richest religious institution in Egypt and rebuilt the state around a single solar disk. He created some of the most technically innovative art of the ancient world. And then he died. The city eroded. The name was chiseled out. The cartouches were recarved. The theology was reversed. The priests came back. And somewhere inside the wall that replaced the temple, the hand of an anonymous Amarna painter was sealed away in the dark, in paint that no one had touched for 33 centuries, in colors that had not faded because they had never been exposed to light. The system won every battle it knew how to fight. You can only bury what you cannot erase, and if you bury it carefully enough, the colors stay. Four horses, white, red, black, and a color usually translated as pale. Four names everyone knows: pestilence, war, famine, death. You've seen them on album covers, in video games, on protest signs during the pandemic, shared 10,000 times before breakfast. They are the single most recognized image from the Book of Revelation, and one of the most recognized images in Western civilization, period. Ask someone who has never opened a Bible to name the four horsemen, and they will get at least three. But one of those four names was never in the text. It was added later, and the story of who added it
A brand new episode of DIY Live.
Exclusive feature code. Tonight, we free, no sleep.
phone on my lap because that's the way we don't get money in a package. Like they can still only and cancel. The outside must be lost, the has to go feel activation. You get the FA and roll to be consistency. Then we take and never pay calling. Party rolling in a solid. Go to love the best to the story. And we never pick this for the money. Then we take and never pay calling. Party rolling in a solid. Go to love the best to the story. And we never pick this for the money. After the news, give me after the news. Give me the news. For your hand, you like after the news. Let me have a show. Then you move money like just to get after the news. Give me after the news. Give me the news. For your hand, you like after the news. Let me have a show. Then you move money like just to get
Everything I already did for you, I make what people when I did for them. Everybody never somebody from us. That's what it's your man. I tell everybody, don't know nobody, nothing nice to see. It's like a star, Jesus. I'm not going to about the man, just as I did the way I like. I'm going to go. That's how we do. for me a place where you know say money nothing, that's what I'm looking for me a place where we know say money nothing, that's what that's I take my shot, my job, and I'll be singing. But I take my shot, feel like it's taking. Not for money, for access, for everything. I take my shot, I'll be my business. I love seeing that attitude. Don't leave with notice. I'll be thinking what you know. You know, say, I'm not easy. That's what I'm the day. If I leave this where we go, say, I'm not easy. That's what I'm that's not it, my child. I'm not easy. You know you trick me, I can't but you know go find me. You know go bend for my head, you know go find me. My brother, I can't stop winning you. Counting money, baby, a special feeling. My brother, I can't stop winning. Counting money, baby, special feeling. I feel like money. But guess what I like, woman, tell me sorry. You don't believe right now I'm calling. Baby, you're telling me I'm sweet like honey. Is it me or my money? Is it me or my money? Is it me or my money? Baby, you're telling me I'm sweet like honey. Is it me or my money? Is it me or my money?
Only need to make it to speak my life. Oh yeah, everything will be right. The minute just what I treat you, they like a different side to you. All the beauty just comes from that too. All my trust I see you, but baby, I put you up the door. You just pray for your side, my love. But then you feel so carry go. I hope I you more than it's not enough. Baby, I'm only thinking, I'm going to think, don't be the flip, when I'm a kid, I'm on JJ. Body, your pity, they talk. I think I'm thinking, baby, I'm so ready. I see you, baby. Mama, girl, I know the beat. I love what you feel. Ooh, baby, say we want to be. Sorry, but we don't show. Because if I had that, so many things on the floor, but my shirt is at you. But I think it's what is gone. As I see how in that we do, you be the clip, but you know what it is. I hate your pity, I think from my baby, so much. Why did I think it's crazy? Joys of life found in moments that makes us wonder, then fill our hearts with laughter. Moments we risk it all for a craving, but the reward makes it all worth it. Moments when you remind everyone of your greatness. Moments when you feel like you need a hero, then you realize you're the hero you. Darkness inspires confidence, and confidence begins with hair that feels.
So I don't want you. About 50, you know, don't call me. My words got never don't call me. Get down on now, we see you go. You know, it's the moon. Then you go see people in front of you. I'm on the other side, see people roll. Somebody know what you have on the go reach. All about style, about you want to style it. You want to go. You get out of the air. That's a lot. You got I'm not the guy. You got
I love my gentle around. All my name is fire, fire. Everybody make it loud noise. I will make you go together. I wish, I wish. I wish, 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 I wish. I wish, I wish. I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish. My shit's like this. Yeah, look it. Yeah, my God, look it. My shit's like let's get it. Yeah, look it. I said, baby, hello. Free sensation, most days go to attention. Give it a social, you know I'm the man on the mission. Police Tokyo, Maria, Police, Police Tokyo, Maria, Police, Maria, 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 Asta, Paramoto, Ayamoto, when the Latura, and the Masoto. I said, baby, hello. I didn't share on the street, on the gauge, with me, lemonade. We like you, little level, get the money. With me, on the gauge, on the street, on the gauge, with me, lemonade. We like you, little level, get the money. I know you get there with the baby, so I know you get in your torso, but I don't know what they do. We like you, little level, get the money. I know you get there with the baby, so I know you get in your torso, but I don't know what they do. We like you, little level, get the money. Not even close to me. I wanna see the devil and tell my soul to me. I cannot back it up when I empty and I come. What I am stuck. I'm a school packet. You can't put in a box. Underneath, on the page, on the street, on the gate, with the beat, lemonade. We like to underneath, on the page, on the street, on the gate, with the beat, lemonade. We like to I don't know how to go. I'm hasta la vista, hasta la vista. Coming out from everything that is beauty I go back. It's all of my destiny to I give up my life to go to I don't want past, I don't want flow. I don't know. Every time I don't go. You look up or you don't go. So anything I want to say, I don't see it. I give it like a man face. But it's like to become myself. Don't make so many attempts. I don't do anything valuable. I don't do anything special. That's why they bring my fucking best up. I didn't go to zero show. I'm the same every day. That's why they don't know what to do.
Aboki country so ya Shakira. I'm gonna get to bring me to the daddy. I will be fine. Right to the daddy. Oh, we got it. I
Godrich Air Pocket? What?
Ow! With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Cartridge air pockets. Bye-bye bad smell. Hello sweet fragrance.
Kellogg's Power Breakfast. One Power Breakfast is all it takes to get our morning sorted, enriched with energy, goodness of greens, and 9 vitamins and minerals in one bowl. Kellogg's Cornflakes. Our Power Breakfast.
Breakfast on is Kellogg's time.
It's other loan apps. Sometimes you apply for a 500,000 naira loan and you only receive 100,000 naira. But then
But I'm being free from the shackles of my hands. Since when I came on the world of complex motivational platforms. He said that they will be for me to jump in on my blessings. And the highest hands for the trouble back at the scheme of the flow. And I'm going there, nobody had where they are. I wish you could be. I try to be over that thing. No be one for the car with the kids like the free pack. Different location, we got ambition. Another thing no deny, I mean, baby, I need to go. Private room, the time we go. If you give me over the fair, over the fair. See what we do, over the
Only the I will have you back. Don't make me suspense. Let me shut you down. And you have to never about me. If I don't just see my body, check my demo, Let's move on my child, let's move on my body, all the days. I cannot be back, but I can tell you where they are. Situation but I can I cannot be back, but I can tell you where they are. Situation but I can tell you where they are. If you don't give me love back for me, cause of you be I'm on my knees, oh. If you don't ever take on you my sleep, I can't run you, oh. But I'm gonna see them in my side, for you my body, oh, I'm dead. I see that you want you dead, that's in my heart. I know they see, I know that I can't take on. raison. Ok.
The old man was about to drive home when he suddenly heard someone shouting sees in the physical around the spiritual. Receive your soul in its shield. But remember, they are my sons.
That's the thing you tell. Oh, so I have to keep the century. So when I see how they I don't know about that. And then we share our campus.
Oh man, when you Russian embrace, you can't fix that.
Only Russian geek face this. So, Prakai, you mentioned that the terrorist people should say to catch them, huh? No, man. This will be a chicken shit. So, going to private enterprise. Oh, and what sort of enterprise is that?
And the procurement.
More coverage.
Guys, I check his attention. For the affirmative recommendation. Come on, man. When I just started to can I didn't find that something to report it? I believe that God has those. And God help us if we don't.
Another. He was out here. He left in the 80s to join the armed struggle. When he returned from Iceland, he had the biggest cars, most money, and any woman he wanted.
Good. The government claims that. The rest of the nation.
I think you know. It looks like it. You get into it better than that.
Sure, sure.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Come back. Very good. Excuse me, boys. How can I help you? Oh my goodness. What you can do for such a big woman?
What financial aid for the university proved problematic. That was organized as an apprenticeship. He also put us in touch with business associates to procure the necessary supplies.
Good weather. And we're still in the market. Hello?
Hey, Moko. I find short with this. Yeah, I just feel like, remember, I'm taking a chance for you. Yeah. I'm not afraid. This one said to Jim, thank you.
Well, remember, more than anything else. Don't worry about it.
Those are the projects that it was of change. And we figured how hard could it be? If there were risks, even futures. Besides, in the outskirts of Soweto, there were more white pickup trucks on the streets than there were white people inside town. Short bed and long bed, Ford buses, Toyota Hiluxes, Nissan cabs, Opel Corsas, quarter tons, half tons, and flatbeds. Every kind of parking known to man, excepting, of course, a fucking 95 white Isuzu. As time passed, we became desperate. Now we're kidding.
Este homem fica aqui no Flamengo,
Antes montar você dentro do família.
olha, você dá pra esse cara, you know the way to the phone. Oh, okay. You turn around. Think about that.
That's right.
One, two, then,
Yeah, man.
Hey, come on. I can't cry.
28, 29, 100. Oh, just something to 100.
That's what I'm saying.
Look for Hey, what do you think you're doing? Huh? You're amateurs, man. Fucking amateurs.
That's the best you could do for you. Man, you could have done better. You just give it some more time. I'm taking 2,000 for damages. I'm gonna stay you up. Oh, what's this now? Every time you deliver, I deposit money into your account. You use the card. I can't use this. You want cash. Hey, I want cash. You want to get shot, or held up, or hijacked. So you look like a fucking idiot.
No? Okay, one. Okay.
That's a little of me.
Thank you. Ivan.
Domesticamente, c'était
Oh, hi, lady. What was in this kind Yes. And what about one?
well, I guess I'll extend the English.
Oh, ngayon mo na lang lang to like taking the easy way out.
It's not going on the stage. Yes.
Once we learn to drive, it feels easy. And one will become the hijinks of the way too. Those are like a time to movies for inspiration.
Gracias. Thank you.
If Hollywood could teach you how to work over armored cars, then robberies were a walk in the park. After a spate of daring heists, the banks upgraded their security, but Nazareth always found their weak spot. If Mother Russia had taught him syntax and strategy, Uncle Sam completed that education via correspondence. Someone on the inside was always involved. And who could blame them? You see, in the new South Africa, everyone deserves their entitlement, preferably in this lifetime. I was having more than black problems of my own. We were having too many close calls. Cops, frustrated by rising crime rates and a legal system that couldn't keep those arrested behind bars, took the law into their own hands. I decided to quit before I was forced into an early retirement.
Baba, Taji.
Não quero por isso, né, chefe? Acho que eu sei que ele sabe só ver anúncio.
Testament. Here with super, temper with faith. What's it done? Hey, I try like uniform, man. Give me the here. You don't want to play the city. Yes.
Oops. Come on, that's the next time. I'm the biggest movie in the next.
Correction complete number. Get ready to use but dedicated meeting. Let's go. Future related. Also, only no private.
That was so better Jewish, like so for things. And that, okay.
What episode of the news you guys covered?
Attention que l'espagnol est plein. C'est l'esprit dans l'espagnol qui se passe.
Nigerians, Congolese, they're coming from your father. The Christian is eating them. Six.
Nada la agua que
I wish sometimes between my nose and my tomato do.
I heard it takes a business to run.
She needs money.
How long do you think this game of yours will last?
So I really enjoy
Alongside program of yoga tech and coordinated Hillbrook to attend the University of Life. She found work as a bank teller and a way to make it pay. She learned what we all knew. If you want to get by, take a job where there's something to steal. And of course, her brother Boo had graduated with flying colors. How did you see? See. Jesus. God, Father, Father,
Noel, you live in this pigsty. Hey, you wanna talk business? Oh, otherwise, fuck off.
Johannesburg, a city fathered by gold, mothered by money, then commandeered by white men with cruelty and greed. Al Capone said you can go longer with a smile. You can go much further with a smile and a gun. But if I was going to graduate from this shithole to my regions, it would take a gun in one hand, a briefcase in the other, and my best shit-eating queen.
Money. Can I ask?
Money. My name is Lucky Kumele.
I'm very friends. Come, Mr. Kunini, what is it that you want?
I want to open a company and bank account.
And then for you, what assets do you have?
None. It's a non-profit organization.
You do have money, don't you?
I have 1,000 rand.
It costs 2,000 rand to pay that company's house, and you have to pay me, my God. Okay, I'll do it for you, but you have to pay me by Monday next week, otherwise I'm possible.
Thank you. I'll see you next week.
You have a name?
Yes. Lucky Kumele.
No, Mr. Kunini. For the company, yeah.
The Hillbrook People's Housing Trust.
Now you want my hand. Hey, Lucky. Let's go brother yourself me and let's be good. On your hands. Who's going to pussy? On your temple. Okay, this light is for education.
My name is Lucky Kumele. I represent the Hillbrook People's Housing Trust. Now, I know you're all wondering why we call this meeting. You see, I, like you, am a resident of Danvista Mansions. And I'm sure you're all aware of the appalling living conditions. The building has been allowed to decay while the rent has gone up. Not anymore. Starting tomorrow, things will change. From now on, your rent will be paid directly into the trust. The housing trust will in turn negotiate with the landlord and make any and all repairs deemed necessary. With immediate effect, your rent will be cut in half. Until the situation can be reevaluated. In the meantime, it is our intention to get rid of drugs, prostitutes, and all other unstable elements. Hey, Apple! Go fuck yourself.
We can't have different forces pulling in all different directions. The only way we can win is if we work together. Anyone with me? Raise your hands.
The junkies been up. The junkie must be up. The Eagles been up. Anyone who didn't pay rent was out. Anyone give any shit was out. This is the new South Africa. Everybody pays their way.
I don't think. Why didn't your lawyer appeal the players? The grounds.
Big lawyer chance of meeting again.
When I transmitted, I was going to sue for opening the and after Florida, you know, struggling.
Because is the lawyer you think to represent his honest. Don't start. This is reaching where the partner.
They broke the husband. Husband, the second person made for
I'm not sorry. I don't need any gratitude.
Good. Because you're not going to get in.
I've fought for freedom so they can go to school.
Who ran to exile and into a town? You trained is a little business. I thought that was the price you paid for Amber.
Who's doing all the fucking dirty jobs around?
My God. Don't be as way you want. That's the last one. You're broke. That's where
Yeah, this is how the hell I have to live. You have a nice cross. Yeah, because it's not more shit to do next time.
Yes, this is Mr. Bulene and Mr. Buleno. We are here for Mr. Santos Levene.
Master, there are many to see. Again, I wanted to think.
I'm lucky to know. This is my associate, Felix Buleno. But you what? We represent the Hillbrook People's Housing Trust. I don't get married to workers. We are not hawkers, Mr. Santos Levene. And we are certainly not looking for fight. I didn't know my name. We are here to discuss Dan Vista Mansions. Dan Vista Mansions? What do I have to discuss with you? If you actually bother to visit the building, I think you'd be aware of the appalling condition it's in. Why don't you mind your own business? It is my business. I'm putting all of you slum landlords. How should slum landlord be? That building was in perfect condition. Building with 20 people living in a single room. 20 black people. Who were the rest shit? People said black people. I want to know what you're up to. We, the Hillbrook People's Housing Trust, are collecting rent and holding it in trust until this matter is resolved to our satisfaction. Take my card. When you've decided you are willing to talk, call. What if he goes to the police? Again, this is purely a civil matter. There's no such thing as theft or trespass. The police can't do nothing about it. Unless the owner gets a court order, and that will take them around a year or even more. And all the time they're collecting rent. Really? This income stream dried up and no money to pay rates and utilities. As expected, Mr. Santos Ribeiro phoned to negotiate. I approached him. String him along. We live in hell and the rent goes in. This is the only country in the world that takes shit in their own official language. How is the people? These people. They can tell the residents to boycott everything services. When I default on them, the building goes into liquidation. Respecting the right for
To Lucas the representative of the Hero People's Housing Trust.
So what can you do?
Nothing. Someone will help us. Now what's Every renewal was desperately needed in Hillbrook, which meant for the Hillbrook People's Housing Trust, things were looking up. Once we had identified a potential building, Victor had contacted the municipality, who furnished us with the landlord's information. The Housing Trust would arrange a summary inspection of the homes and immediately remove pests and other permanent pests necessary. To the community outreach, tenants were incentivized to exercise their democratic rights to give us their money. In cases where the landlord would defy the will of the people, a chief of conflict resolution was promptly appointed. Studies of the nature of the dispute were made, and terms that would appeal to the landlord's sensibility were proposed. We were taking back the street, one building after another. I looked around and what I saw was an empire waiting to happen.
This is Mr. Nick. I'm Lourdes and I'm here from the Swiss newspaper. Is it possible to speak to you?
It's a smear campaign. Legitimate businessmen providing shelter is unfranchised.
I was told you control 20 high-rise buildings in Hillbrook and the Bird Park area.
I'm just in the business of making a better life.
You have it around only the African Robin Hood. They say you're a champion of the poor, that you take back land stolen from them by the one.
But I'm nothing.
And how did you acquire your alias young program?
I don't know what you mean.
Have you ever used force to take over a building?
I've always had enough violence here to last a long time. I operate within the limits of the law.
Then why the smear campaign?
It suits them to know. People would like to see less in the townships. Oh, what's that? And get down. Yeah, let's go. We're not done.
What the fuck are you doing? What's with your family?
I'm looking for the sand myself.
Are you mad? You shouldn't be here.
Okay, I'm good. This one she's someone she's scared of us.
Kill me.
My brother Josh.
What the?
Ronnie and Gary, Jesus, I did Josh. I said something.
I'll come with you.
We need to risk your life on this white beach.
What you do?
Come in, brother. I'm not your brother. I can't for him. You, stop off. Go make some money. You better be alive. You just gave him 1 time to calm him down. He's very emotional, you know. Hey, stay, smoke pipe in the house. You better not stay. That's it. Nice houses, smart cars, fancy clothes, and you still come here. Why?
I guess when you're rich, poverty is glamorous. It's a charm.
We have a meeting scheduled with the residents concerning this unlawful occupation.
If you represent the people responsible for the state of the building, do something. The lifts are working.
Yes, every time we repair the lift, you vandalize. We know you're behind this.
If you have a problem, go to the police and lay a charge. The Hillview police station is just around the corner.
You don't pull out to talk to tell us it's civil case.
Let me wants to take advice and fuck off.
No one is homes. We have the right to speak.
The building was abandoned. The owners moved to
This is the urban regeneration scheme. Here,
I'll take your paper and fuck off! Do that!
You haven't heard the last of this.
Oh.
That's what I'm going for! There's no one for anything. And I will come to you. Open the room. What else? Would you like?
Profits are running in excess of R1 million.
Thanks. I'll take this to you.
Mr. Kumeli, there were 2 policemen here yesterday. They were asking me about you and your business.
What did you tell them?
Nothing. Just that your transfer up to date and in order.
Thanks.
Yeah. Vamos a ver. Ajá. Vamos a ver. Before the rugby. I like this. But I like this play. You understand? Give me some of that feel, guy. What are the multicultural? Huh? What is that? What do you want? Get up! Okay, Inspector SWAT.
Lucky Kunene.
Who are you?
Tell me, what do you heard of me?
I drive a taxi.
Business must be good, eh?
Give me a chance.
Tell me, do all your passengers pay with 100 Rand notes?
I'll send a call you.
You leave Jesus Christ out of it. My name is Blackie SWAT. And I'll be your reckoning from now on. You see, Mr. Cook, we know who you are. We know what you do. We know where to find you. Your days are numbered, Mr. Cook.
We're just too busy. The courts can't touch us in building. They're not sure what happens. They will know all. Lucky Kunene.
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to say thank you. I don't even know this.
How's your brother?
He's going to be fine. He's in rehab.
I was thinking about what you said about poverty.
But I didn't mean to phone anyone.
On the contrary. Why don't you meet me for lunch? If you don't mind spamming it, No way, really chunk. I mean, going to church. The bro is like, it needs to be.
Like Solomon tomorrow.
What do you say to that?
Well, your brother can't get the world.
It's just a place where poor black people come to make a
Don't play the race card on me.
You're surprised effective can be.
I can believe it. I'm a nutritionist. I teach people how to eat properly.
What kind of people don't want to eat?
What kind of people? Want to lose weight? I deal with underage children. I ask supermarkets to donate out-of-date food, and I teach parents with balanced lives. What do you do, Lucky?
I buy and develop products. I run a non-profit housing trust. Not everyone is doing this.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I wanted you not to do this. Yeah. Most of them are just in town. I'm not paying for his pay. I want the golden gun and throw away the key. Hey, put telephone number. Fuck you! Fuck you! Just now. And fuck you too. It's over with this. Over.
Lucky, I'm so lucky. Lucky. Come back.
Speaking of John, I don't want to buy the coffee from us.
Don't try to just find a business. Stick to a next scale.
Hang on, officer. How exactly did you meet him? You should have to meet him.
Nephew. He's clever.
A clever is a person who does not use drugs. A clever is a person who sells drugs to you, and drugs make you think you are the clever one. He does clever. It's too clever for you.
You can please. You will please speak to him.
Black people in there. Come, please, speak. Can I get you anything? I wanted to speak to you. It would seem that you and I, by default, have become the person that we need. Okay? And our businesses coexist mostly peacefully. Putting up what I'm proposing is a semi-routine revolution. You want me to allow you to pay very deal for my colleagues. But yeah, we had to see it as a free enterprise zone. We can all make serious money. Let's look at this. When did you come here? Coming to South Africa. It's fine to hate us. When you sit there on your asses waiting for your entitlement from Mandela. If you think he's going to come and patch that takes here and give you to our promised land, now wrong. So, you fucked up your own country. And you fuck up this place too. No one to fucking meet you. That's why it's wrong. That is business. They call us pushers. But I don't push. Lies on their shame. Wait, brother, wait. This time next week, when we meet, Mr. Hurst, well, remind us of good time for those less fortunate than ourselves.
Lucky provides studies and resources for the university.
This is making
Thank you, baby.
Let me show you the papers. I don't want the letterhead to write on those things. Collect. Sorry. Listen. Don't do anything to remove the result. 3 minutes talks. Got the name in the philosophy of what looks like to show the metro. Relax me. Focus. Look at this shit. The tenants can clean up. This one is for free. What's the color? What do you want? No? Nigeria, what's it like today? Hey, Nigeria.
Rather kick I'm wasting theft, fraud, embezzlement, larceny, racketeering, extortion.
It's convenient for to play with it. The government is business provides the funds that they promise the people. And the thousands of it. Look, empty buildings. And the landlords won't let them out to the flood. The flag. And those buildings, they make up a part of Mills housing project. Are you telling me that the government is not clear guidelines? This is what I call the land of redistribution by a door.
So why then is your client in jail?
Well, it's simple. Nothing really is off lead. He's just good. My lord, a client is a pretty nice guy. Not the strictest members of the community.
Client's name is the Fogo. Bail is set at 10,000 rand.
I find the bank can tell them look at the cash. Once comes to devolve, he's looking at you.
As equals, we call ourselves the Jews of Nigeria. You know why? Because we have suffered persecution. That is why we're here. But you guys,
they told us we want to come. We want to take.
And in reality, nothing.
All I wanted is a housing center. It says converted.
Now, we're being demonized by this society. They're calling us filthy, stinky, dirty, well. You tell me. Yes, just for him. Only I understand how much. Now, the name is in the ship with the horse. None of you love me like you. Do you know how much money we can make? Millions taking back. And us, relationship can make everything.
I want you to try this once. When I trust you, what is this? Because I'm a Christian, you want to be on the right call. You're in the right for something. What's going on here? This man, did anyone see myself? He's a fucking scammer. This is friendly. I have nothing about that book. This man has intimidated me and threatened me. I want to do this. Are you sure about this?
Mr. Tiene was identified as Alpha. Only his evidence is right there. And his case. His biggest one is currently that's talking like that. We don't get it, nothing whatsoever. We are talking here about the Yoran is not in the record. I already know.
And as my faith has
Let's talk about whose code expansion into all forms of mankind must accept and excuse what we what you can contribute. Greetings with you, wisdom and fruit of meditation, the condemned.
The situation is serious. This is your lesson. This one, reality. Even more serious, many of our other feelings are equally overwhelmed. It's like clear. Question. You're fucking with my livelihood. You're fucking with mine. I feel it by this thing. No matter who's what. What's up? We're not even allowed to have a coffee with a tea or chocolate. I mean, you never heard of any diet chocolate?
I don't know. I can do that with music.
Now you can stand in the empty season.
I do.
It's very rough. Yeah. That is just inside the country. You want to hook? What? No trust. Really like you. You're like my brother from another man. One island. You know, it is true that there is still pain. But there is still this could be past. It is not.
I'm just going to leave this here. Please teach me to do
Basically, I believe is a price. The greater the fortune, the greater the price. But I don't know. It seems that people who say that probably never make it. What's important in life is to set goals and go on. I might even from later into the coast. After I moved into the building, or 6. After 8 years, I comes a new order. But before that comes opportunity. After all, wasn't it PW Porter who said, adapt or die?
Unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Deep Berry Crush, the new fruity floral fragrance. I'm not buying you. Don't come. Don't come.
No, not sometimes. I will carry your belly. I will tell you, if you have the belly, she's so. Eh? Which water I want to put on? Eh? I miss to go find back out. I don't go do it. You don't go do it. I don't go
give away this money. We can swear for you.
Swear for you too. Like you say your swear go cash. Any swear come for your hand, get back to you. I tell you now, babe, I don't care. I will help you find out, but I don't do.
Hey, Chuck, what's up? I'm sorry. What's up? Good boy. Chuck, I'm sorry for your internet failure and your internet. Robs. Hey, hello, what's up, Anna? What's up? Okay. What's up? Like Don, thank you very much. I appreciate it. How are you doing? I'm back. I have left you people behind since. People stick on my live stream for a lot of time. Mamta. Oh, 8 hours. That is a lot of time. Like 8 hours. 8 hours live stream. What's that I'm doing on 8 hours live stream? And I came on the end of the live stream. I came on the live stream. So what's up, Anna? What's up? How you doing? I've seen a lot of people. Robs, I'm sorry, Chuck. If I was taking all your data, half of my internet stopped working. Oh, sorry, I understand. Chuck, you have been an amazing person. Yeah, the reason why this live stream has been here, and I really appreciate it a lot. But 8 hours live stream. That is a lot of time. First time I'm doing an 8 hour live stream. Let me check on my device to see where I will be supporting later. And now, also, when is your live stream? I think I will be supporting you later. Yo, Tops. Yeah. Okay, let's take a like to 70 like. Anna, thank you very much. Anna Williams, thank you very much. God bless you all for being my live stream. I appreciate it a lot. Who's you guys left? Oh. I'm very happy for this live stream. Anna Williams, thanks very much for being on my live stream. God bless you. Let's hear Grace. What's up? I lost 2 subs. How come I'm losing 2 subs? Span up, I'm losing subs, 2 subs. I'm losing 2 subs. Lost 2 subs. I'm losing for subs. I'm losing subs. I'm looking for subs and I'm losing subs. Why am I losing subs? 10:37, I'll be here. So Anna, what's up? What are you doing? This is an 8-hour live stream and 1 hour with Occupy. 1 hour with Occupy. 8-hour live stream. A whole lot of time. Like, a whole lot of time. Oh, I got 15 minutes to go. Hey, Viva, the sweet life. It's good to have you back. Good evening. How you doing? Thank you very much. I saw you earlier on my live stream. I saw your comments. I was not there. I'm doing fine. You know, it's how this live stream I'll be running for like 8 hours. Oh, the very first I'll do don't live stream for 8 hours. How are you doing today, Viva? You know, I'll be like, I need to be fighting for my watch hour before. But if you reach 366 days, it's going to be falling down. So I need to get the watch hour before then. How long have you been here? I've been here like 8 hours, 40 minutes. Which is 8 hours, 40 minutes. So, I've not done a lot, like a longer live stream like this before. This is the first time I'm doing live. So I really I've gotten don't be here more than, no, I won't be here close to 11 hours. I got 13 minutes left, so I will end the live stream for 13 minutes, or probably, let me say, just an hour. Because this is the time I'm coming to the stream. Like, when I came out first, 10 minutes, yes, 11 hours, 40 minutes. No, it's already 8 hours, 15 minutes. 8 hours, 15 minutes, so I have 1 hour left. So I don't think I will be able to up to 10 hours. I will be able, because who can't, yes, I was told. I was instructed. They told me like I shouldn't be here more than this thing. This is the first time, and I was happy to this is the first time I'm getting up to 60 likes. Like this is the first time I'm getting up to 60 likes. I was like, oh wow, like I've been away, like don't cross. No, I won't cross the limits. I took advice from you people. I will cross the limit. I will always keep up to the limits. I will not reach the limits. There is a way to say, okay, if instead of you to get burnt, instead of your hand to get burnt, don't dress your hand close to the fire. So I'm not going to get close to 9 hours. I'm just going to say, okay, exactly 9 hours, I'm done. It happened to me before. I lost hundreds of hours because I don't know it. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. But at least, no, Viva, you are, look at you, say, Viva, you have been a good person. You get what they call it, like, over here in Nigeria, we call it big fish. You know what you call, you are a mega. When I say the big deal, you know the big deal. Viva is a big deal, you understand? So I know, like, we have been a lot, like, for me to see on my live stream alone, having somebody like Viva on my live stream, I'm very, very happy, the matter. But thank you very much. You have been supportive to me. Like, I don't really know what I did to earn your support, but I appreciate it a lot. You have been supportive to me, and I really appreciate that. I won't be able to meet up with your kind of support you are giving to me. But one of the days, Viva, I will show you love with my super chat. I know it doesn't mean anything to you. You have been helping a lot of people. Understand? Have you been on the live stream? No, I haven't been on the live stream since. I just came back inside, and I was like, because I was not inside. I mean the premiere today. I have not been online today. But I have on my other ninjas. When I left. Then I was outside. I didn't even check the live stream because I left it on the data running. So, oh, no, but you have premiere tomorrow. You have premiere tomorrow. I have to be there. I have to be on your premiere tomorrow. I have to be on your premiere tomorrow. No, Viva, no, I'm very sorry. But I will not be like, I've not been on live stream on YouTube because I'm on live. Then I was away from, I was outside. I mean, it's raining outside. If I go outside now, it's raining. Like, if you can see myself, it's kind of wet. I just came back inside now. I had it today. You know what, Viva? What happened to me? I lost a lot. I've been losing some subs. I'm supposed to be like eating 700 subs, but right now, I think I fell back again to 56. It's all me to be hitting up. I'm fell back to 56, and it's not kind of good. Like, you know, it's for like I have to like also meet up with my subs too. So that is one. I'm thinking about Twitch, but I need another device. Okay, on Wednesday again. On Wednesday, I will be on that premiere on Wednesday. I know the normal regular time, UK time 3 p.m. And that UK time 3 p.m. is our time 3 p.m. You know, we use UK time over here, so it's our time 3 p.m. So we use UK time over here. But you know, like I was on Chuck's live stream. If you come to my live stream and premiere, we get you about 20 to 50. Hey God, I'll be like, I will know. I will be on that. I will not miss it. I will be on that each time. Viva, I will be very, very happy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You have been my support. Like you give me motivation the other time. The other time to talk to me, like you gave me a lot of motivation. You told me what to do. How am I going to go about it? Because before I'll be strolling like a tortoise. Hey, Robs. Sorry, you said your internet. This Chucks. Rob said internet. Chucks have been a very, very supportive person. Thank you very much, Chuck. I was like, okay, at the end of the live stream, at least let me come on the live, and at least I should show my face on the live stream. And I'm very, very amazed by what I saw. I feel like this is the first time, Chucks. You know that this is the first time I'm doing 8 hours. Like I haven't done 6 hours before. This is the first time I'm doing 8 hours. First time I'm doing 8 hours, and I was like, wow. When I saw the thing, like, thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot. You are so amazing. Chuck, you know what you did to me today? You did for me today. I appreciate it a lot, and I really appreciate your support. I really want to support you more. Well, I know very soon I will make up everything. So now, definitely, Chuck. I got a mega, like, you know what I told you? When I got my salary running, like, I have to do that. Very, very vital. Like, if not at least a pink. That is good. I will support when I can. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Thank you very much. You're so amazing. And you know, Viva here now. Viva has been Viva. You have been a lovely person. Having you on my live stream alone, like seeing you, Viva, you know a big fish, you know what they call big fish. You know a big fish in my league. You know what they call big fish. You know what they call big fish. That is like a mega. That is like when do you know the population of people following you? You know the population. You have like if you have a population, you pass a lot of nation. There are some countries that have only 200 people as citizens. If you have more than 200 people as citizens. You have more than 200 people as citizens. So you are more than some countries. You have voice. You got a voice. You got a very big voice, like a very big voice. Try to visit my live stream, support them. They support back and pin you. Oh, thank you very much. I will know definitely. Most times, I always come on live stream most times. But you know, most times it's only a live stream. I don't know how Kanini and JD managed to read those comments. Those comments are coming so fast. Like so fast. Like who is reading this comment? How are they reading the comment? Sometimes most times I see like you also follow up with the comment. I don't know if you are using this thing, indicator, visual indicator to check the comments, because those comments are so fast. A lot of people will think that they don't read that comment, but the comments are so fast. Most of our friends are helpful and thankful. I noticed it. But definitely for you, you are special. let me tell you something. You are special. You are special. Because you have been doing a lot for people out there in the community. You have been doing a lot of people out there in the community, and most of them, I know they are very appreciative because you have been helping a lot of people. The other time, I saw your premiere when you were helping this about the house. Like I was like, wow, you have been doing a lot. And also for Anna, when the other premiere you did for Anna, like that is a lot of assistance. And that is like, it's only like you do more than what people like. You do more than what people what big gas celebrity will do for just regular people. So you have been helping a lot of people. Like for me, I would say you are a celebrity where I am. You are a big celebrity where I am because do you know the amount of population you control? The amount of population you control. And I know most people will come in on, how do you manage to read those comments? Rough finger red number one. Viva finger red number one. Yes now. Viva na big fish now. Viva look. Viva is top notch. Most of our friends are okay. Rough, I just got back from the city. I'm trying to charge my phone so I can do a live stream at 48% now. Oh, Doc, you have done a lot for me. Thank you very much. If you like, I want you to go and charge your phone so you can come on live stream. So I come on before you come on live stream. I think I will already done with you. You understand? You can just drop your game over and then I'll come and check on you. Definitely. You have like Chuck. Like I was like my friend's live stream was going so slowly, but immediately I was shocked. When I came in, I saw Viva's comment. Then Viva said, "Hello, how are you doing?" Like, I was like, "Oh," but I wasn't close. I was not there. When I saw the comment, I was like, "Okay." When I replied, I was saying, "Oh, hello." I know she has already left because I know it's already this thing. But I know definitely I must see Viva in the night. Because I always see Viva. The other day I told Viva, I'm going to see you at somewhere. Viva was saying, no, like, yeah, you are thinking I've already been there. And I was like, boom. I went to meet China. I saw Viva there. Viva there, though she has already left. She just supported me, and I think she has already left. She has moved somewhere. But I was like, oh wow. And I asked Nate, where is Viva? I saw Viva here earlier. So I was like, Nate was answering. I said, okay. Chuck said everyone knows Viva is in the street. Yeah, Viva owns the street. Viva owns the control. Like if Viva wants to do something, Viva do it finish. And Chuck, the amount of ways Viva support people is so amazing. Like you helping people out there. That is like Viva is a philanthropist. Like to me, she's a philanthropist because the way she's helping people about and as you said the premiere for now about Anna's business, like that is a lot. Like even like some celebrity in Kenya wouldn't do that. You understand what I'm saying? But she's doing that like just to help somebody. You understand? Just to help. And she has been so amazing. She has been so amazing in the community. My phone is already off charging as it is. Thanks both of all the support. The family making my plan to tithe always. Oh, I understand. Oh, I know that you are amazing and we will always be there for you. Like for me, I never try for you, but don't worry. Yeah, do you understand Nigerian fishing? Do you understand Nigerian fishing? I don't mostly speak Nigerian fishing, but sometimes I do speak it. I love to go somewhere and stay till the end, but since weeks I go somewhere and I'll be forced to leave suddenly. Yes, because kids, husband and job calls. I understand. And but you have been even if you are not there. But hey, Chuck is let's go. Thank you very much. Even if you are not always there, even if you don't have to be there to the end, but your presence alone, means a lot. And for you to get just 1 minute of your time to give to somebody, it's not easy. They say time is money, you understand? They say time is money. And for you to get a minute of your time and give it to somebody, like, You understand? That is a lot. So anybody that I should appreciate that. People almost people are like, let me say something. Before Thursday, I think people must have hit 800k subs. I think people must have hit 800k subs. Imagine, Chuck, 800k subs. That is a lot. Like, that is a lot. That is like having somebody with 800k subs on your channel. That is like being blessed. You understand? Having a celebrity, you have a celebrity in your channel. That is a blessing to you, and I'm very, very appreciative of that. And having Chuck again, Chuck of all people, Chuck, you now looking after you now you. You know the meaning of after you now you. After you is also you. Like, there's no two Chuck. There's only one Chuck in the community. Only one Chuck with the footage. Chuck has been so supportive, like helping little China. But you know this Chuck. You know this girl, Chloe. I was planning to come on joint live stream with her, but that will be some other time. I think Chloe is so new to the community and she doesn't understand. She was here earlier because I wasn't online, so she was here earlier. She has been on the community for like most times, but I know she needs somebody to give her advice. Hey, Viva said, just make more live streams. That is the key. Thank you very much. I appreciate your advice. Subscribers come slowly. I know that you told me now, but I need just the watch hour. If the watch hour is low, that the subscribers is not like they come slowly, but at the time they also come fast. There's a time, you understand? So like today, I know I'm losing some subs though, but I'm very appreciative because I need the watch hour more than a sub. Before I have the idea of watch hour, so I'm really watching my watch hour since. I just come and sometimes they do advise me. Do you know about you have to check your watch hour? I'll take okay. Gifts is here. Gifts said hello. Hey, Gifts, what's up? How are you doing? Hope you are doing fine. It's good to have you here. Chuck said hi. Gifts. Gifts said hello, Chuck. So like what I was saying, I have been like, okay, my phone is charging. I close it. I'm using my spare. Oh, Joe, thank you very much. You are so amazing. Thank you very much. That's so amazing. Like, you know, apart from look at seeing, I only you whenever I come to your live stream, I always get subs. Like, you understand? And somebody again, I also appreciate it a lot. Rifishi is a very, very stressing. Rifishi is a very pure person, very pure soul, and I appreciate this kind of people a lot. Someone that will support you freely and be free, and also like you understand, Fisher has been a supportive person in the community. And I just saw something today. And Chuck, I see your handwork. I saw your handwork. Ash Brand is monetized already. Ash Brand is monetized. I saw Ash Brand. They said join. I was like, oh, but I need to buy membership there. You know, I need to buy membership from Ash Brand. Ash Brand is already monetized, and Chuck is a real one of the very few people that support with heart. Yes, and so yes, Chuck is a real one. I was happy when I saw Ash Brown was already monetized. Yes, I was very happy. Yes, good to have you here. I was happy because when I saw Ash Brown, you know, Chuck has been backbone for Ash Brown too, because Chuck has been trying for Ash Brown to get monetized, and Chuck has always been rooting for Ash Brown too. Gift said, I thought as much, Chuck. Gift, you are welcome. Gift, when are you doing live stream today? Gift, are you doing live stream today? Chuck has been like a backbone for Ash Brown, and the community, like there's something about the community that amazed me. The way the support, the way the support. I'm so happy about that. Like the support. There's no community that have this kind of support, like the support. When they want to support, the support. You understand? And whatever they choose, like there's a way the community move. And whenever somebody comes into the community, they are hardly like they always want to stick. They don't want to stick and stay. You understand? They don't want to stick and stay. Chuck said 51%. I call you before it start. Before it start. Oh, gift. Gift said yes. I will be 11 p.m. my time, Nigeria time. Gift and Nigeria, you should know, like you gift. You talk to your brother now. How you do like that? I'll deal with you, but you have to like gift if you are coming on live stream. Chuck, you have to like select your time away from Chuck's time. You understand? But if you want to be on Chuck's time too, we're also there to support you too. You understand? because I have a device. I have a device here. I also have my laptop too. So I know I can be at two places. But I will like my phone is always on charge. My phone, because my phone will be there. Like if I'm with my phone, I can be on multiple houses at the same time. With my phone, but my phone we can be on multiple houses at the same time. Viva, thank you for being here to support me. I really appreciate it a lot. Thank you for being here to support me. Now I'm in the stream. Like for me to leave the stream is hard. So I said, okay, let me do the 1 hour of coming here. You know, like whenever I come on live stream, I will come like the last 1 hour. Okay, I will come with the last. I'm changing the time. I'm changing the light. I always come with the last 1 hour. And okay, let me check. I always come with the last 1 hour. Okay. I always come with the last 1 hour. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you very much. Okay, but she has DK. I'm showing her the way as a mentor. Oh, that's cool. That is good. Viva, I'm happy to hear that. Yes, it's good to like. It's good like when I saw this guy David. I saw David monetize. Like wow, see David. But David has been a good like really working hard. David has been really working hard. That guy David from Philippines. I've been working hard. Two good friends. Ash Brown and David are monetized. Yes, Ash Brown and David. Because when I saw David and Ash Brown, I was like, wow, these two are like, so they are two like they are being like most time, like Ash Brown. Whenever I go to Ash Brown's live stream, she always say, "My lawyer, she's my client." So I know I'm the best. I'm the best writing lawyer right now. Although I'm not the lawyer in real life. I'm the best writing lawyer. You understand? But when I saw Ash Brown and David, those are motivation in law. Like Ash Brown and David, at least they are pushed. They are as in the community is so amazing. The community is so amazing. They push as in they push when they want to push you. They push you. They push you really hard. So it don't take that much for you to monetize. And having the like of Viva my live stream, Viva of the sweet life, having the like of Viva of the sweet life on my live stream is amazing. It's amazing a lot. I'm so happy. It is not. Yeah, Chuck said it's not easy. Yeah, I know it's not easy, but your effort pays off. Like your effort pays off, and you have been amazing. Like normally, if I happen to die, you need a bottle of champagne. You need a bottle of champagne. But you have really worked a lot. You have really worked a lot. Like you understand. For Ash Brown to get monetized, and David get monetized. Like those are like. Now they'll be getting that pay from you too. At least they should come like you deserve a red super chat. You deserve a red super chat, a better red super chat. You deserve a better red super chat. Let's go. Yeah, 66 like. Let's go. I'm getting ready to start my live stream slowly. Oh, what time are you starting your live stream? Just give me the time when you are starting your live stream. I think don't worry, I'm going to be there. I'm definitely going to be on live stream. I still got 30 minutes to 24 minutes to go. 24 minutes. I have 24 minutes to be here because I know I've not been on here for such a long time. Getting ready to start my live stream. Okay, all right. I've not been here for such a long time. So, but right now, like being here for 8 hours, like leaving the live stream running for 8 hours, a lot. And coming here to complete it at the end of the live stream, going to like complete it. Sure, you can give me a game over before you start your live stream. You can give me a game over. I'm going to come and join you because I don't have that much time to be out. I got April Pay on the first live stream. I got my April Pay on the first live stream. My May is 21st. Took forever. Oh. You go to April Pay on the first live stream. That is a lot, like. But you're gonna get your mail. You're definitely gonna get your mail. You know you're amazing. You're gonna get your mail. Your mail pay. You're gonna get your mail pay. And like when I'm just getting the feelings of like when you get your first threshold, when you get paid by writing your first threshold, like I'm just imagining the feelings because I just want like. Just the feelings. You understand the feelings. Like, oh wow, I'm finally made it to this place. That is a lot. Then I need the like of people supporting you. That is another one again. I know we also have other amazing people in the community, like the like of Maria, Nate, Yuri, Kanin is an amazing person, JD. But we have been I need to reach out to JD. But I'm like seriously, I'm going to be like trying to make time for real life like this. I have like this is the first time. This is the first time I'm getting this like I'm trying to upload a short video. Oh, Gift, I'm trying to upload a short video. I will be right back. Okay, no worry, I'm here. Gift, don't worry. Take all your time. God bless you. I'm going to upload my short video after so nobody gets a pop up thinking I'm live. Oh, okay, you need to go and do that. I'm here. Oh, nice. Viva is like nice. Well, Viva, like of Kanye and JD, like those are other amazing people too. Like we have a lot of amazing people in the community, and I have a lot of amazing people in the community. God, I missed a lot of live streams today because I've not been on. Let me plug my phone. I've not been on my display. I was hard. I was like, right now I'm overweight. I'm kind of wet because I should go outside. You see, training over here. Like, I was like, oh, what am I going to come inside? Or like, what am I going to come inside? Because it was raining when I left. Oh, I get a message on WhatsApp. No, yeah, my phone is about to run down. But like I was on my last stream of this thing. Sure, I'm going to upload a short video after so nobody. Okay, one of my internet network is going in and out. Oh, I understand. Which connection, which Wi-Fi are you using over there? Which Wi-Fi are you using here? And I think I know you people should have the best Wi-Fi now. Here in Canada, you should have the best Wi-Fi. Like here in Nigeria, we rely on most network from there. We rely on most network either from Europe or from both, like the two sides we rely on network from is either Europe or US and Canada. Those are the places, and those are the places Nigeria do a lot of business with too. And also, I don't know, I won't say Russia because Nigeria doesn't have that connect. They don't have too much Russia. So understand? All of my internet is going off. Okay, Chuck, thank you. Let me do my phone. This is the first time of me smoking today. But I feel like I don't want to smoke on this live. I don't want to smoke on the live stream. I'm still here. Let me take you. The roller. Where's that? The roller and the roller. That is the roller. It will be. Good. What is here? Being able to fly. Whenever flies are hard, fly will say, fly will say, I'm bringing my keys. Okay. Okay. I'm going to, okay. Viva, I said, okay, I'm bringing my kids to theirs. Hope they sleep quickly. Okay, Viva, you need to do that. You're a mom and you're an amazing mom too. I know your kids should be proud of you for being their mother too. Having a sweet woman like Viva as your mom, like that is enough to be proud. Like they should be proud of you because they don't know, like you have been doing a lot out there in the streets. I wonder how you're going to be taking care of your kids, like the way you bring it up. That is a lot. And Viva, see, my let me tell you something. There's something about you. The way at which you help people out there, help people, as in bring people up, help people rise up out there. Like it's so amazing. Like so amazing. You know, the other day you came on my live stream, I was so down. Then you gave me some advice that day. You told me like I should keep on doing the live stream. But since then I've been seeing some changes on my watch hour too. Like then that is then I'm like, okay, let me work on this watch hour. But sometimes whenever I'm like feeling down, like I'll just sit down and just sometimes I feel like you have to go on live stream. Just wait till so you go come on live stream. You understand? Sometimes I do tell myself that, but when I'm raising, okay, bro, you have to work hard, like you have to work, keep on like pushing, keep on pushing. You understand? That is when I have the coffee. Most times I have the confidence and I imagine your world, like you understand. But I'm gonna be on your next your next premiere because I need to be there. I need to be there. And there was a question he asked me. He said, "Why would I want anything on your premiere?" No, I know I'm going to win something on your premiere. And even though if I couldn't take, I can gift it to somebody one of the community people. And I think I have two people in mind. If I win anything on your live stream, there's two people in mind I can give gift to. This is Maria and Ashbrand too. Ashbrand. I have to show Ashbrand the real love. Like Ashbrand is an amazing person. Ashbrand is an amazing person. And there's this lady. Okay, I'm bringing. Okay, there's this girl. Chuck. You know this girl. This girl. What's her name? Chloe. Chloe need to talk much. Talking to my friend on the other line. Okay, that is good. Chuck, what I like Chloe, Chloe. Chloe, I think Chloe has been so busy lately. Chloe has been so busy lately, but I'll be working to do a joint live stream with her. But I know she has been so busy lately. So there's something I like about that girl too. She's a nice person. She got a very pure heart too. And she's very, very easy to understand. She's a very understanding person. I like Chloe, but I really want I want her to be kind of partner working together. But she also need a mentor. And that should be you. She look up to you a lot, sure. She's looking up to you. Chloe is looking up to you as a mentor. And I don't know if you got her in the community too, but she also needs the support. Because she hasn't been doing live stream. After the first live stream I told her and the other live stream, she hasn't been doing live streams. She has not been doing live stream. But I told her to be coming on live stream too. But now I will force her to come on live stream. I got just 15 minutes to go. The game over can keep coming now. I got 15 minutes to go. Game over can keep coming. I appreciate you all for being on my live stream. God bless you all for being on my live stream. And I'm so happy for today's live stream. Seeing being online for 8 hours. 8 hours. That is a lot. And now you for your live stream for 8 hours. Even when I was not on the stream. I was not seeing anything. There was nobody on the stream. There was people on the stream, people watching the stream there. That is a lot. That is a lot of support. And I really appreciate. OG Chalk, I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for today. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you for today. I really appreciate a lot. Please, you can give me a game over. The game over can keep coming now. God bless you too. God bless you, Mom. God bless you, Mom. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. God bless you. Chuck, before your live stream, can you give me a game over? You have tried a lot. You have tried a lot today. At least I have to let you go and do what you want to do. You understand? The support is so sometimes when supposed to put you a lot the way you feel, you understand the feelings now. You should understand your feelings. What I'm saying. And right now, men, there's a very main thing. But you should understand the feelings. Well, they're very emotional. You understand? Let me get some. Let me give me some game over so I can prepare for your live stream. Why I'm ending mine because it's already 8:47. Then when I get 8:50, should I go make it 9? Yeah, 9 hours. 9 hours is okay. 9 hours is okay. Viva of the Seat Life, the amazing Viva. Yeah. Normally, Viva. See, me. I dread your matter. I don't lie you. I dread your matter. You hear me? I dread your matter. This girl Kobe was here earlier too. if when I go to fly some live stream, like when you say, oh, hey God, like that guy, I like this guy, I like big uncle fly a lot, like I love that guy, the way he say, like the way he talk, like he vibes, I like that vibes a lot. We say, Hawk, there's Hawk, my nephew, where are you? I love that man a lot. Now I always like, we always talk together, we always talk, we always communicate, and sometimes he always check on me. He check on me a lot. And he has been a very, very supportive person to me. Like giving me like bro, you have to focus, like telling me, like giving me like advice like his younger brother. Like he was someone was saying, it's not easy to have a elder brother in the street. You understand? So that is very, very amazing. Give you advice, tell you things what to do. Like you understand what I'm saying? It's so amazing. It's so amazing a lot. You understand? Then I have been the like of Fitad. She is like, she has been here too. I think she's running my. She left her gadget to me. Like I was like, wow, like there's like so much support, like feeling so much support, having so much support on the live stream today. Like I'm like, sometimes when I come on live stream, I got like 5 like 10 like what. When you get like over 60 like, that is a lot. And getting over 60 like, that is a lot. Like that is a lot. It means a lot. You understand? So I really appreciate that. I do appreciate that a lot. I getting over 60 like, I do appreciate that a lot. And that is like a blessing to me. And hey, Chloe, I was talking about you, Chloe. I was talking about you. How are you doing today? How are you doing? How are you doing, Chloe? How are you doing, Chloe? Hope you are having a good day. Well, let me show something. Chloe, how are you doing? Hey, Chloe said, hey, what's up, Chloe? How are you doing? Hope you are doing good. It's good to have you on my live stream. I'm good. Chloe, Viva, this is the girl I'm talking about. It's Chloe. Chloe, I told you have to be doing live stream. You know, I told you that I will have to do a joint live stream too. So we want to make plans for that. I ask you if there's a way I'm going to reach out to you. Understand? Chloe, do you see this Viva Colonna? Yeah, these are our biggest celebrity. I think you have to subscribe to Viva. Look, subscribe to Viva and try to visit Viva live stream, please. I'll be trying to take it to places. Still fighting to get the kids to sleep. I know, but you know the kids like they will go to sleep. Where's the time right now? But then I think where's the time? Let me take Germany time. You people are ahead of us with 2 hours. Germany time. You are ahead of us with 4 hours. Robs, Chloe is here. Chloe said, good, how are you doing today? Okay. Chuck, I was telling Chloe about her live stream. Because Chloe really need she needs to be mentored and taught her. Like, she's a star. Like, for me, I see a lot of potential in Chloe. But she hasn't been having time for her to come to her live stream. I thought I would stop in before I go to work. Oh, Chloe, are you going to work? What time are you going? Hey, Chloe, I think we will be going to. I thought you were going to. Well, before you go, Chloe, I want you to do something. Please, just do this for me. Can you subscribe to Viva? Please subscribe to Viva. You have to check our live stream ads. I'll be trying to take you some places so where you be getting more support. So you need support, where you're getting more support, and a lot of people, as in, welcome to this community, and a lot of people like you to understand. So I think you should subscribe to Viva. Please try to subscribe to Viva. Chloe, let me know once you subscribe to Viva. Tell me, subscribe to Viva, please. You got it below. Subscribe to Viva. I'm already subscribed. Oh, thank you very much. I'm already subscribed to Viva. At least one of the days, Chloe, you know what's going to happen? Viva is having premium on Wednesday, and she's also going. I think she will have a live stream for tomorrow. Also, I will tell you like let me say one time. My time 3 p.m. my time is what time there. What state are you then? Yes, what state are you last time? You didn't tell me your state. What state are you? Which state are you? Is it Mississippi or which of the states? No, what state are you? Or is it Philadelphia? What state are you? Like, tell me the state you are. Tell me the state. I want to tell you the time. You're gonna like. I want to visit Viva live stream too, and I know you are like. They will show you my love there, like a lot of love, like a lot of people that the community is so supportive. So you are see us. The last time I checked your sub, you are at 89. You are at 89, and you still need, like you still need to be pushed up, like you understand. So I would like you to also check on Viva's live stream. And I told you, you should check on Nate the other day. So when you came on Nate's live stream, you start getting like at least 20 more subs to make you 100 and something subs. So I think one of the days you should come in, like I will take you to some of all these places so you can get some subs, more subs. And Chuck too. Chuck, you can also talk to Chuck. I already talked to Chuck too. I talked to Chuck about you, like so that like put him like about you, like you need support. You need to be doing live stream. You need motivation. That is what you really need. That motivation. That is what you need. You need that motivation a lot. You hear me, Chloe? Oh, give me game over if you are going before you go. Give me game over. I only have 6 minutes here. I only have 6 minutes. Then I'll call it a day. Give me game over. That is one of my best live stream. Like I have not been on the live stream since. At the end of the live stream, I came and I was representing. I have to do some talking before I end the live stream. That is a blast for me. That is a blast. That is a blast. That is a blast. You understand? That is what they call a rap. A rap. You call it a rap. A rap live stream. You understand? You understand? Well, how do you play music? I play music. I play music. Well, I saw you the other live show I was dancing the other day. You saw me when I was dancing. I think you saw the live show when I was dancing. I was just like that day. I was just like, oh, what go out there? Do anything you want to do? Like then I came on. I was dancing. I was dancing to some music. You understand? And like so sweet, so amazing. Like it's good sometimes when you have like people supporting you or you have the amazing vibes around you, like you understand. That is a wrap for me. Like, okay, I got 4 minutes left. I need to game over right now. Please give me game over. Oh, if you are there, give me game over. Even I'll be street life, if you are there, please give me game over. And Chuck, my OG, please give me game over. I need game over. I give me game over. Like, let me get some game overs from the realest of the family, the realest of the family, understand? Let me get some game over. People have been like so supportive and please, and I'll treat you all love. You get for they get. But God, I miss some place. I haven't seen my uncle yet since. I need my uncle like. I say, oh, hey, then he come, oh, the way he calls like, oh, like, I say this man, like, this guy is so like, amazing stuff, so amazing, like, you understand? But I love fly a lot. I love fly a lot. That is so amazing. I love fly a lot. Fly has been so supportive for me. Fly has been so supportive for me. Please, give me game over. Let me get some game over. So I can relax. Can get some game over and relax. We call it a wrap. Can get some game over and relax. This live stream of having I know who I'm going to talk about is Mina. I don't know who else knows Mina. Mina BT. I get to it. She's an amazing person too. When I miss Mina. I miss Mina live stream yesterday. I should have been there. But the person that was there Mina was so full of vibes. Like, it was so full of vibes. I was all houses day for yesterday. I was not going around, just going around all the houses. Please, if you are there, please give me game over. I got a rap right now. Let me get to your rap or no? Oh. I'll get to your rap or no? That's what we call it, a rap. Who is there to give me game over? Nobody is to give me game over. And the likes, the views keep coming up again. It's up. Always give me game over. You guys know how to blow the smoke, eh? Yeah, I'm already subscribed. Talk later, my friends. Talk later, my friends. Talk, please give me game over before you go. Give me game over. I'm almost end. Give me game over. I need a game over from you, Talk, please. I need a game over from you, please. Give me a game over so I can call it a wrap. Call it a wrap. Oh, hello, clear road for you. Clear road. You get my friends. And I Chalk is Chalk, the biggest Chalk in the building, the biggest Chalk in the building, clear road for the biggest Chalk in the building. After you now you, they clear road for you. You get you and guy. They don't know the matter now. Are they with you? Are they going to join you? They get. Let me just finish out. Chalk, thank you very much for your support. I appreciate you a lot. God bless you. And you know why I was on live stream, you also showed me like you're running my life and watch hour. I'm so blessed a lot. I appreciate it. God bless you, Lord. God bless you. So God bless you. Thank you very much. I'm going to join your live stream. Let me finish and wrap up this live stream and come and join you on live stream. I'll also be there. Your stand up, I have to be on live stream. After the support you gave me, I have to be there. Like I have to show you this support, bro. You're amazing. You're one like you don't get to be kid, you get. Thank you very much, Charles. God bless you. I appreciate you a lot. You guys backstage, please backstage. I miss Flo. One of the days we're gonna have a gem live stream too. I wish I can rate someone. I wish I can rate someone. I can rate someone. I don't know. They call it raid. Call it raid. At the end of the live stream, there was a smoke inside. There was a smoke in the live stream since. At the end of the live stream, I was smoking. I had been to Uncle Fly. I think Uncle Fly's birthday is in July. That is going to be a blast again. Another blast birthday again in July. It's a blessing. That has been a blessing to the community too. I think I should call him. But he always like to be talked to on live stream, on video call. Rather moderator. Usmanov, I got to go. Bye, everyone. Flo, drop your game over. God bless you. After talking. Oh, thank you very much. Flo, God bless you. God bless you. Flo, don't forget, we want to catch up, and we have to make that plans of the joint live stream. We have to make plans for that. Okay. I don't know if you have I don't know if you are on Snapchat. You should be on Snapchat. You have to make plans for that. But you need to be coming on live stream steady this time. Thank you everyone for being on my live stream. I appreciate it a lot. God bless you all. Let me call it a wrap. Call it a day. God bless everyone. This is a lot. You get let me go and take some of this. I also have to support people too. You're strong. I have to support people too. No, I need to support people. You understand? I need to some more people too. Okay, let me call it a wrap. Thank you very much. So God bless you. And I'm coming to your live stream. I need to be on live stream too. God bless you. God bless you. One love. And now I'm 3 minutes. That is a wrap. That is a wrap. Thank you. 9 hours. Thank you. That's okay offline. Man, watch hour too. Let me check. Oh, Sami. My friend Sami too. I'll be taking Sami to the live to join the live stream. Okay.